When did it happen? How did it happen? So sometimes we talk teams, sometimes we talk programs here at the Voice of College Football, meaning there's a difference between rating, ranking, evaluating a team, and then also doing the same process in regards to a program. TCU, excellent team in 2022. Excellent team that made it to the national championship game. Excellent program, elite program, that remains to be seen. It was Sonny Dykes' first year in Dallas-Fort Worth. So there's a difference between the individual team and the program. Now, of course, great programs produce great teams, and mediocre programs produce mediocre teams. But there is an ebb and flow to the process, and are aberrations at times. We have a few elite programs in this country, and on occasion, we've got a number of teams that may prove to be elite for a particular season that are outside of that elite status as a program. So when I ask the question, when did it happen and how did it happen? I'm talking about the flip, the switch at the top of the Big Ten. Ohio State went to Ann Arbor in 2021 and they got pushed down the field, up and down the field. They got pushed and they got outplayed and they were outmanned and they lost to a physically better and more a tougher football team, certainly a tougher football team, a better football team on that day. Not necessarily, of course, a better or more talented football team, but I said after that game and said throughout the offseason of 2021 leading into 2022 that despite a number of indicators that was an aberration, indicators that Ohio State was still the best program in the Big Ten, recruiting being the number one indicator. Ohio State's recruiting better than Michigan, has recruited better than Michigan for a long, long time, and it's not close. It's not enormously substantial, but it's not close. It's not debatable. But I stated clearly in my mind that if Michigan won the game in Columbus in 2022, unless, of course, they marched in with a 6-5 record and pulled off an upset of an undefeated team, but if the teams were comparable and Michigan won the game for a second consecutive year, so 2 consecutive years, Michigan beats Ohio State, does not win these games at the wire, wins these games decidedly, out-muscles, out-fights, out-hustles, out-schemes Ohio State, 2 consecutive years. They do it in each building, and it's not a 1990s version upset that otherwise Michigan's losing 4 and 5 games during the season, and they happen to be the better team and the more confident and determined team and the more poised team on that given Saturday against a John Cooper-led Buckeyes team. No, these were equal combatants that Michigan proved to be better than on that day and therefore on the season. So this has happened 2 consecutive years. Therefore, no longer, in my eyes, an aberration, but this is the new power structure in the Big Ten, is that Michigan's number 1 and Ohio State's number 2. After the Michigan win in 21, yes, they were the Big Ten champions. They were the playoff participant. They won the game by 15 points. They had the better season. They had every bragging right in the world after the 21 victory. However, because of Ohio State's dominance for so long and because of the obvious roster talent and the obvious roster advantage and recruiting advantage that Ohio State still had, I considered it still in no major rivalry in this country, in no rivalry in college football, does one team win every year. Therefore, it was still Ohio State's conference for me entering 2022. Oregon beats Oregon State like a drum in the Civil War. Alabama beats Auburn 70% of the time, but they still lose games. Therefore, they don't give up that rivalry just based on one game. South Carolina just beat Clemson this past year. Well, Clemson won 8 consecutive games in the rivalry. Maybe South Carolina's turning the tide, but it's not been backed up. It's not been confirmed. Michigan confirmed emphatically, not just on that November Saturday in Columbus, but throughout the season, outplaying Ohio State. Outplaying Ohio State against most opponents that both teams played that mattered. So Michigan right now is the program that owns the Big Ten. Michigan owns the Big Ten. How did it happen? Well, is Ohio State more to blame? Is Ryan Day more to blame? Or is Jim Harbaugh more to credit? Should we credit Michigan or should we discredit Ohio State? Is this Ohio State program a mere facsimile, a poor facsimile when it really matters of the Urban Meyer Ohio State program? Or did Ohio State stay here and Michigan move past them? Or did Michigan move up, but Ohio State also drifted back? When did it happen? How did it happen? These games were not close in 2018 and 19. They were not close. Ohio State did not bludgeon Michigan every year during this dominance going back to 2004. But most of the time, Ohio State was so much better, even with the arrival of Jim Harbaugh and improved Michigan teams. Now we set the stage for 2023. And it's not like I believe Ohio State's going to roll over for Michigan. Like this is a rubber-stamped Big Ten championship for Michigan. But all the key factors play in Michigan's favor. All the known factors excluding overall roster talent, all side Michigan. Michigan quarterback, Michigan offensive line, Michigan defense, Michigan coach, Michigan home field advantage. I don't know that there's much of an argument for any of those. I would say out of those that we could have a debate as to whether Ryan Day or Jim Harbaugh is the better coach. We cannot just forget that Jim Harbaugh lost to Ohio State 5 consecutive years. And really within 1 year of taking the job, to his credit, within 1 year of taking the job, he ascended Michigan to be on par with Ohio State. When they played in 2016, they were equals. But he didn't get past that game and didn't maintain that status or that equality. And then Ohio State dominated the conference and therefore Michigan in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. They didn't play in 20. I think we know what the outcome would have been had they played in 2020. So I think that's the closest and most debatable of those factors would be Ryan Day versus Jim Harbaugh. The other factors that I just cited in Michigan's favor would be an offensive line that's been one of the best in college football. I'm going to state it that way, one of the best in college football, because even though it's technically, by definition of award, the best in college football 2 years running, I don't believe in awards determining our thought process of who's the best. It is not definitively, without question, the best offensive line in college football, and it loses its 2 best offensive linemen. Again, Michigan goes to the transfer portal and prepares itself to be even deeper along the offensive front in 2023. Ohio State has questions there. Ohio State, from a talent perspective, probably just as good, if not better than Michigan, if you believe in recruiting rankings. But the play on the field says that Michigan has had a better offensive line considering both running the ball and passing the ball the last 2 seasons, and has less question marks entering this season at the offensive line position. Quarterback. Could Kyle McCord turn out to be a better quarterback, assuming he wins the job over Devin Brown? Kyle McCord versus J.J. McCarthy? Absolutely. Kyle McCord, this time next season, during the offseason, when we're talking Big Ten quarterbacks, talking national quarterbacks, Kyle McCord may be C.J. Stroud, Justin Fields, Dwayne Haskins. He may be the next in line, and he may take his rightful position as the best quarterback in the conference and one of the very best in college football, arguably the best in college football. The 3 previous quarterbacks at Ohio State, there was an argument to them being the best quarterback in college football. Kyle McCord has proven nothing. Tremendous talent, ceiling 5-star. 5-star for J.J. McCarthy. Is J.J. McCarthy a great quarterback? No, not a great quarterback, a really good quarterback with a high ceiling, with a tremendous skill set and athleticism. It's all right in front of him. There are no limitations to what he can accomplish, to what he can show us. And he has shown us that in spurts. Not a great quarterback, really good quarterback. To go back and rate J.J. McCarthy against the Big Ten quarterbacks last season, he was probably the second best quarterback in a conference void of quarterbacks. Aiden O'Connell had a rough season physically. I thought he was the second best quarterback coming into the season, but he did not, most of the time, did not play like it. Now we've got Sean Clifford leaving at Penn State. Drew Aller is the next in line, of course, and he's the 5-star, and much is expected of him. But based on what we've seen, we saw J.J. McCarthy, that is a top 15 quarterback in college football. That's pretty darn good, and that's much better than Michigan's shown us in a long time. And then the other bullet point, besides the obvious home field advantage, that can't be debated, the other obvious comparison in all this is the defense. And as we make these comparisons, of course, the quarterbacks don't play against each other. The offensive lines don't play against one another, and the defenses will not play against each other. The Michigan defense loses 2 cornerbacks, one of which, DJ Turner, set the combine standard for this particular NFL combine in Indianapolis for the top 40 time at 4.26. 2 cornerbacks lost on defense for Michigan. 2 interior players that were strong in Mike Morris and Mozzie Smith. Not great. They had the potential to be great. Mozzie Smith probably underachieved to a certain extent, but still really strong player, NFL future. So 2 guys up front that they miss. 2 guys notably at the cornerback position that Michigan misses. But look at what Will Johnson showed us coming down the stretch. Ohio State, 2 nice additions in the secondary. I think it's a huge factor for them that Tommy Eichenberg decided to stay and come back. But you've got to trust the Michigan defense over the Ohio State defense. At this point, let's take some calls. We got our guy David Greenshield on the line. David, what's going on?
Hello, Mark. Hi, and how are you? How's everything going, including the diet?
The diet is fine. So basically, I'm at the point where I am eating what I should be eating, but it's not as though I'm not or have not allowed other foods to creep back into my diet. Dessert food. I haven't eaten any poor fast food, junk food from a meal standpoint. I'm eating extremely clean, but I've allowed sweets back into my life.
Uh-oh. Got to be careful with the sweets, with the donuts and with the cake, the cookies and the ice cream and all that stuff, Mark. Remember.
Do I?
Yeah, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips, my friend. You got to be
Yeah.
careful with that stuff.
All right.
Sugar can be the enemy. Um, I want to chime in on this conversation. I have a couple other comments too about the Big Ten at large. As a conscientious observer of this rivalry for as long as I've been an observer of this rivalry, which is a fairly long period of time, the one thing I will say about the Day era is, well, first of all, I think that it was interesting because the first team that he had started out with, which obviously so far was easily his best team, the 2019 team, which is a team I think if you look closely at it, didn't have very many flaws. Was about as complete a team as you can find. I mean, it had a really good offensive line. It had a running back that ran for 2,000 yards. It had a quarterback that threw for over 40 touchdowns. It had a great defensive line, and it had a really good secondary. I think it actually had the best defensive player in college football that year. And I think that's proof that you don't have to sacrifice. I see some of these folks saying that, well, you concentrate too much on this area, you don't concentrate enough on that area. Well, I mean, I think in college football to win, I think you have to build a complete team. In fact, I think your ability to build a complete team is a lot greater in college football, certainly is in the NFL, because you don't have a salary cap worry about. Because recruiting, you can stockpile recruits and you can build up a fairly complete roster in college football, whereas you really can't in the NFL. I mean, even if you take a look at Kansas City, who won the Super Bowl, they had some flaws in some areas. I mean, that was not a team that was stacked at every single position, you know. But I think in college you can build a more complete team, and I think that's the one thing Day had his first year is he had a very, very complete team. That was an offense that could run it, that could throw it, and they had a great defense to go along with it. I think what's happened to him is a couple things since then. I think some staff changes have hurt him. I do think some recruiting misses have hurt him, in particular in the secondary. I talked about how bad that secondary was a year ago. Um, and I think that that's obviously, when you play a really good football team, your weaknesses will get exposed. And that's exactly what's happened. And it actually happened the last 2 years, even against lesser teams before they played the last game of the year. And, we probably as Ohio State fans should have seen those warning signs before that game happened. And I think that first thing I thought, as far as staff goes, Mark, I didn't think he expected to lose Jeff Hafley as his defensive coordinator after 1 year at Ohio State. I think he had thought that he was going to keep Jeff Hafley for more than 1 year. And he did a really good job on that defense. Although, I think the 2019 defense and the job he did was more about the Jimmies and Joes more than him being a great coach. It's easy to be a really good coach when you have guys like Chase Young and Jeff Okuda and guys like that, is basically the long and short what I'm saying. But there's no doubt he was a better defensive coordinator than Kerry Combs. And it remains to be seen, how good Jim Knowles is going to be. And that gets me to my point. I think that that's really where Day's future lies, is how much Knowles can improve this defense in the upcoming years.
Ryan Day's got the offense locked down. Not that it's perfect, but yeah, the defense has to get back to championship level play. And maybe there was just too much of an assumption from some that Jim Knowles would be the savior. I didn't watch enough Oklahoma State football to evaluate their defense from year to year, nor did I anticipate that their defensive coordinator was going to coach at Ohio State to do so. But the last defense he coached at Oklahoma State was obviously what Ohio State fans were hoping to see, that level of production and airtight play. I didn't know that their philosophy at Oklahoma State during that time in which they were a top 5 defense the season before he came to Ohio State was to give up 5 and 6 busted plays or big plays in a game. But that's kind of a phrase that's haunted Jim Knowles to a certain extent. But absolutely, he's the guy. He's the guy on the spot. The other side of the ball is proven. It's either going to be extremely good or it's going to be prolific.
Well, I would say he did show some improvement, but all I think he did from 2021 to 2022 is trade slightly better defensive line play, I think much better linebacker play for awful secondary play. And I think that's what happened. Yeah, they did get better defensive line play and better linebacker play, but they got even worse secondary play than they had in 2021. And where did that show up? It showed up in the last 2 games of the year when they gave up big passing plays for touchdowns.
Yeah, and Georgia's really the only team that they played that had what you could consider to be a top-notch passing attack. Michigan just made obvious throws. Uh, Michigan did not carve them up through the air, but they had breakdowns, and Michigan was not a great passing attack with any kind of wide receiver core that was that threatening. But against that secondary, that's what we saw.
Right. Right, exactly. When you can't make a tackle at the sideline, when you get beat on a double move and a receiver's so wide open, he's fielding a punt. And, then you get caught looking into the backfield and you let a receiver run wide open down the field. Big plays happen. And, that's oftentimes, where those breakdowns come into play and what leads to big plays.
It's so easy to be critical, obviously, not playing the game and just watching it. But when your responsibility is a defensive back, I would even think for selfish reasons that you would guard against the pass until you knew for sure that it was a run, that you would play it safe. But then even on top of that you would play the defense that you're assigned to play. But that's not just Ohio State's issue, but yeah, defensive backs taking the bite on the running play, and yes, leaving guys loose in the secondary. I never really understood that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you give up 3 pass plays of over 40 yards for touchdowns. So, I mean, I will say to the offensive side of the ball, and, I make a comparison to Day's best team because, one of the things we do in a comparison sport is we compare, athletes to athletes, but also teams to teams. And you always want to compare to, when he had his best team. And as I mentioned earlier, the best thing about his best team is they had a really well-balanced offense. And as I mentioned to you, I think a time before, I think that's the other key, you know, going forward that they didn't necessarily have this year is they did not have that desired balance. I think partly due to injuries that they had at the running back position. And I think that's really the key to this season is getting back to establishing a balanced offense, an offense that can run it and throw it equally well, because that's the desired offense is an offense that's balanced. I mean, everybody wants to be able to be, 250 to 250. Urban used to talk about this year ago. I mean, I think right now in today's day and age of football, it's more like 300 to 200, 300 to the pass, 200 to the run, which is basically what they had in 2019 with Fields throwing the ball and Dobbins, running it.
And I do think that we can get fooled by just leaning on the statistics. And I love stats, but they've got to be taken into context because these Ohio State teams, and this one in particular, was not nearly as effective running the ball as the J.K. Dobbins team in 2019. I'm guessing, I'm pretty sure the statistics aren't that much different, but their talent advantage, obviously, in 8 to 9 to 10 games is so great that it really doesn't matter. They're going to have, unless they have just a really bad year running the football, 9 out of 10 years, they're going to rack up the kind of yardage that they want to rack up in most of those games. But it's the 1 or 2 games that they could do it with J.K. Dobbins and that line in 2019 versus what we've seen the last couple seasons, and especially last year. And much of that had to do with, I would hope, the physical status of the 3 backs, the 2 backs in particular, but they couldn't run against the better defenses.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's also a little bit more, and Day did try to make a commitment in certain games to running the ball, but, I think you have to have healthy running backs, and I think sometimes he wasn't always playing the best guy, and, a lot of fans had quarrels about that towards the end of the year, Maybe using Hayden a little bit more would have been a positive, especially in that last game of the year. Especially after he had back-to-back over 100 yard rushing games. So, and it'll be interesting to see, obviously, health and then how the carries are divvied up this year.
Absolutely.
Wanted to get to the two teams that we were talking about last week, or the two teams that I think, Mark, you had said you're most interested in seeing this year in the Big Ten. I believe it's Wisconsin and Nebraska were on your list. I know we talked about Penn State last week, so let's go into Wisconsin and Nebraska since you had mentioned them. Obviously, new coaches are probably the biggest reason for that. I just want to ask you about Matt Rule. Get to him first. Was it your view that Nebraska, bottom line, needed a program builder, somebody that had basically shown an ability, kind of a start from scratch coach, basically a coach that's shown that he can take a program from the lowest of lows? In your view, is that where Nebraska is at right now?
Not in that division. They're not at the lowest of lows. They're losing games by one score, and they continue that trend for the most part last year. It wasn't nearly as ironic or on script as it was the year before, where it was just a weekly basis. But I don't think that they're in that division, and this is only most likely going to last for one season. Are they far away from the top? They could ascend from where they're sitting at 4 wins and win the division championship this year. I wouldn't not be surprised by that. I don't think it's likely, but they're not playing on a different level than, the Big Ten West is not the Big Ten East when it comes to levels of play, and they're within striking distance of whoever was the better team going through even the Scott Frost era. They were within striking distance. They were playing competitive games every week against those teams. And I'm really intrigued beyond of the overall Matt Rule impact this first year, because his impact on the other two stops his first year was significant.
Mm-hmm.
And then another step was taken the next season, the second season. But this quarterback battle between Jeff Sims and Casey Thompson, because it was my thought that Casey Thompson was a better quarterback than Adrian Martinez.
Mm.
I think it's debatable, but that was my thought coming into last season. Now, Adrian Martinez may have just been more of a turnover machine at inopportune times.
Yeah,
But he's
big
certainly
time.
not Casey Thompson, not the quarterback threat running that Adrian Martinez is. And now I thought he had that job locked in, that he was the guy, but they brought in Jeff Sims from Georgia Tech. And our guy, Zach Smith, really likes what he's seen out of Jeff Sims, but also has coaching buddies that say that he's the better quarterback and he's going to win the job.
Well, I just want to say about the previous regime, the Frost era. I did think that Scott Frost kind of built up the recruiting there. I mean, it seemed like, obviously, at least in the recruiting rankings, they were doing fairly well his few years there, at least well enough to where they should be winning more games than he won. And I guess that leads me to my point, Mark, because we always talk about both aspects of coaching. Where we talk about coaches that can get some talent, or at least get talent in there to where they should be winning some games. At the very least, they should have been on that side of the division, as you talked about, with his, not as strong as it is, winning at least 7, 8 games, maybe 9 games, getting to bowl games with the type of recruiting that he was doing. At least he was recruiting, it seemed like a high enough level to do that. My point was, and I guess this kind of reared its head, I saw it in that first game of last year against Northwestern. Do you think it was all about his in-game coaching? Or you mentioned Adrian Martinez. Do you think that he, tying himself to a quarterback like Adrian Martinez, who always seemed to be, and you described it best, a turnover machine, and always seemed to make these turnovers at the most critical times? Do you think it was probably what mixture of the two that probably cost them a lot of those close games, Mark? Or do you put a lot of it on for us in-game decision making?
Well, it would have been interesting to have seen Adrian Martinez with a full season at Kansas State. He was having a good season in a more stable program with uh, better support, a more grounded program with mature players that are used to at least competing and winning. I'm not going to say that they were used to winning championships, but they did last season, versus having to carry the Nebraska offense more so than he did Kansas State with Deuce Vaughn. And again, with just complementary pieces that are guys that are Kansas State, the culture and the production and the maturity of the players, uh, going way back even to Bill Snyder, is pretty obvious, versus Nebraska just not being a poised football team, not being a team that makes the right plays, right decisions, and that's a reflection on the coach. So I don't think Scott Frost did Adrian Martinez many favors. He didn't develop him.
Right. Yeah. That's the other interesting thing with Rule is I think that Rule can have success there. I don't know if it'll be early on. Are you thinking that he can? I mean, I know you said that the turnaround's been pretty quick with him. I'm wondering where's the Nebraska win total at? I haven't seen it, Mark, for this year.
In terms of what Vegas is
Like,
projecting,
yeah, like over under.
I think it's like 5.5.
I wonder if I'd have to see that schedule, but I wonder if I'd be tempted to take over first year based on your earlier statement there.
Yeah, I just think that that there's not much gap between Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, if you want to throw them in there, even after just one competitive season, and Nebraska. All you have to do is watch the games year to year. It's not a Big Ten Eastern situation. It's not Ohio State bludgeons everyone and now Michigan has joined them, and
Hmm.
Penn State to a lesser degree. It's just every game's a free for all and every game's a toss up, and the Iowas and formerly the Wisconsins know how to win and not make mistakes, and Nebraska just like clockwork under Scott Frost made mistakes that led to losses, but they were in every game.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows if you have the right quarterback or a coach that doesn't screw it up in those games. Maybe you get a few more wins. You got to think that 7 wins is doable. At least 6 in a bowl game would be. But I
Yeah,
haven't
I
gotten a
think
chance to view that schedule, so I'm
I,
not.
I'm
I
pulling
mean,
it up right now, and I think that should be the basic expectation or goal. Let's win 6 games. Let's get to a bowl game for the first time since 1996
well, they've played bowl games since '96, Mark.
or 96. What did I say? 16,
Okay, I
96.
was like, wow, Mark, I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah.
They did
Uh,
it. The Pelini and Solich eras weren't that bad, were they?
relatively speaking to what they were used to, they were, but yeah, not quite that bad for
Yeah.
Nebraska football. I don't know where 96 came out of my mouth, but anyway, I've
No,
pulled up
that's all
the
right.
schedule here. Yes, 2016. That was the number I was looking for. 2016. That's the last time they've been to a bowl game under give me just a second, under Mike Riley.
Yeah.
And not to get to a bowl game, I believe every since Kansas made a bowl game this past year, every school in the Power Five has made a bowl game since Nebraska last made a bowl game.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I mean, there's some wins in there. I mean, Louisiana Tech. I mean, that's doable. At Colorado is going to be really interesting.
mhm,
At Minnesota is going to be very interesting. Um, we'll see about at Illinois. I don't know if Brett's going to have quite as good a team as he had last year.
no, I don't see it.
I got to think that there's going to be a little bit of a decline there from last year. Yeah, that early schedule slate. I mean, you got to think, can they NIU, Louisiana Tech? You got to be able to get those.
Well,
You would,
certainly. So if they host Michigan and they're 3-1, that's about where I would expect them.
yeah,
That would be a good start,
yeah,
but not a unreachable start. They could be 4-0,
yeah.
but you would expect that they would slip up somewhere. Uh, But then they lose to Michigan. Then they've got a toss up at Illinois. And again, right out of the gate, they play a game that's going to be under some spotlight because the last 2 years they played a week 0 game. So they were the only, them and their opponent, Illinois Northwestern, were the only big time teams playing in a week 0 game against each other. So they kind of had the spotlight and they opened the season in a very disappointing fashion. And it's like, oh, here we go again. And now they play a Thursday night game. I believe that's going to be a Fox game at Minnesota. So that's going to be like one of two games that's going to be on everyone's radar on opening night.
I think those first two are going to tell a big tale, Mark. Can they go 1-1 at least in the first two?
Yeah, they're both on the road.
Yeah.
Now, if Scott Frost was coaching, I'd say they're going to lose both of those games by a field goal. But
he'll find a way in the last
find a
minute
way.
or two. Or Adrian Martinez was the quarterback. He would find a way to throw a pick or have a fumble or something.
Yeah. Yeah. This Colorado team, boy, are they a wild card.
Yeah. The Deion Sanders era begins.
You know, they have to beat Northern Illinois, Louisiana Tech, and Northwestern. Those
Yeah.
should be 3 automatic wins. And then, you know, these games are just after Northwestern.
Yeah,
Look at those
Purdue's
last 5 games.
doable.
Those are all
Yeah.
toss-ups.
Yeah.
They are just toss-ups.
I think 6-6 is really doable. So if it's 5.5, I'd be leaning towards taking that.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily take it, but if I had to, I'm going the over. If it's 5.5, that's what I remember it being.
Yeah, I'm a lean on that one at 5.5. Hey, Mark, I wanted to get to, before I let you go, the other team that we were going to talk about, the Wisconsin, real quick. Obviously, I think Luke is a great hire. Little surprised. Well, he wasn't going to wait on a certain job for forever. But although, hopefully that's, longer than, but I'm not going to go there now. I'm sure that the fans of the team up north will probably get a chuckle out of that one. But what are your long-term feelings of Luke at Wisconsin? The fit seems to be a pretty good one. Obviously, we know how Wisconsin's been really good on that side of the division. I did think the Christ era was kind of trending down a little bit for them over the last couple of years here. So I'm not necessarily surprised that they moved on from Paul Christ. But just what are your feelings about him, maybe more long-term there, Mark? I know he's done some work in the transfer portal here in the offseason, but I'm not only asking this question more short-term, but more long-term. Yeah. And do you think he can get them to a higher level than they've been, let's say, even when they saw in the Bielema era or even the Alvarez era, dare I say?
So Luke Fickell is a shot in the arm. He's a guy that has credibility. I think he brings credibility that is going to pay dividends both in the locker room and on the recruiting trail. That he's a recognizable name, college football playoff star player. He's been around the game at high-profile programs, Ohio State, of course, and then, the job he did at Cincinnati. So I think the credibility factor is huge, and he's still young and full of energy. He's still on an upward trajectory. He did great things at Cincinnati. He just checks all the boxes. I think he's a great hire. I think he's the best possible hire they could have made. He knows the Big Ten. He played in the Big Ten. He comes to Wisconsin. Barry Alvarez had enough respect for Luke Fickell to kind of get out of the way and say, well, we're going to let you run this program the way that you want to in terms of your on-the-field approach. And so how much he can turn over the offense and make it kind of a high-flying offense, that appears as that's what they're telling us they're going to do with Phil Longo coming in from North Carolina, but how much they can take the existing players and roster and everything that they were doing previously and make this more of a throw it 40 times and not 18.
Yeah.
Could be difficult the first year. May not take hold.
Yeah, Marcus, didn't it always seem like the same playbook that Brett Bielema had, or that Barry Alvarez had, was passed on to Brett Bielema, was passed on to Gary
Gary Anderson.
Gary Anderson, pardon me, yeah. And then passed on to Paul Chryst. They all just kept the same playbook. They kept the same players. You get big offensive linemen. You find one or two good backs, maybe a decent pass catching tight end. You throw the ball 15 to 18 times, like you said, and you try to win some 21-17 football.
Absolutely. Once Barry Alvarez established this program, it stayed in the same mold that entire time. And yeah, it was getting a little stale, a little stagnant. I've got respect for Paul Chryst. I think he's a very capable coach. I think he would be a great hire at somewhere like Missouri next. But if Wisconsin wants to play at a high level, they made the kind of decision that you make when you say, okay, we're stagnant and slightly trending down. We're going into a new era of college football. There's an expanded playoff. We have two potential powerhouses, or at least one entering the league. We've got to, and we've got a safe hire here. It's not like we're going for broke, like this is a
Right.
crazy hire. We've got a safe home run hire. Let's go for it.
Yeah. I'm interested to see it big picture there, Mark. And, also if they'll give him the resources, facilities, recruiting budget, NIL, all those things, prerequisites he's going to need to succeed there long term. I don't know if you've talked to any Wisconsin people or, what their feelings are on that thing, long term as far as that goes, or what your thoughts are.
Well, if the conference was not changing, I would be more hopeful for big things.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly before the division split, or right when the division split and the conference was reformatted roughly 10 years ago and Urban Meyer entered, of course, Wisconsin was as strong as anybody in the conference.
Yeah.
Just about as strong as Ohio State at the end of Jim Tressel's tenure.
Yeah.
So there's a capability to do it there. But now with USC, UCLA, with no divisions, if it was going to stay this way, I'd say they're my bet to dominate's a strong word, but be the best program in that division going forward, which I always think of them being the best program in that division.
Yeah.
And actually, I made a side-by-side comparison, and I posted this on the Iowa channel a few weeks ago. I made a side-by-side comparison during the Kirk Ferentz era of Wisconsin and Iowa. And Wisconsin's got a substantial lead in any measurable. They've been the better program over Iowa, and that's going back 20 years, and Iowa would be the next closest thing. So Wisconsin has been the best program, just not recently. But I would have thought if we're going forward with the Big Ten as it is, that they're going to own that division. But now, with only the two top seeds most likely playing for a championship, and USC comes in and UCLA comes in, and more balanced scheduling, they're not going to just be, it's not going to all be Iowa, Minnesota, Northwestern packed schedule with whoever they have to face in the East. No, it's going to be more of a balanced schedule. That doesn't bode well. They made the move that they needed to make, I believe, to
the
compete
right move
under these conditions, but the conditions are not favorable compared to how favorable they were for Paul Chryst and Brett Bielema and Gary Anderson.
Yeah. Well, as we talked about, it's going to be a different Big Ten conference come 2024, and it's going to be a different college football world altogether come 2024. Well, as always, it's a pleasure talking college football, Big Ten football with the great Mark Rogers.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you stopping by.
Good luck with the diet, my friend.
Thank you so much. So, yes, I'm eating clean, eating healthy. So what I'm eating for dinners and for meals, clean. But we got ourselves some Ruffles and chip dip on the weekend, and we got ourselves some Star Crunches, some Little Debbie's kind of stuff to supplement. That's just a supplement. I did not anticipate when I sat down. I didn't know what this show was going to be about. I didn't know where I was going to take it. Just knew we had to have a topic. And I went through over the past hour and a half, and I basically highlighted, going through the Big Ten Eastern Division, the key transfer portal additions for each team. And I was going to run through that. And then I just got ready to sit down, and it just struck me that I wanted to go in on this Ohio State, Michigan flip. It's been a flip. So that's why I introduced the show in the manner that I did. This is a Big Ten show. I do not want it to be a situation where we're talking about Ohio State and Michigan every week. However, let's understand, they win the games, they win the championships, they win the TV ratings wars, they win the stadium capacity wars, they win everything. So they're the two most important programs in the conference. That's not debatable. But it's a Big Ten show. And so that was the topic that hit me when I sat down was, I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to give some framework to what's happened in this rivalry the last 2 years. But this is a Big Ten show. And of course, we want to talk Big Ten football. And I was glad that David brought up Nebraska, Wisconsin. So we got to talk Badgers and Huskers. And I guess my other point in that would be, if you're a Purdue fan or a Northwestern fan or a Maryland fan and you get sick of us talking about Ohio State and Michigan, the remedy for that would be win. But we do love talking about those programs, but that would be the remedy to get more conversation going in that direction would be win. Cole, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the contribution. What we did this week, as opposed to the first 2 weeks of this show, is that we are simulcasting on our various Big Ten platforms. That would be Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Nebraska, and Iowa. So more of a crowd here today, and that was the intent, to shake some of those people up and let them know that we're here talking Big Ten football. I wanted to put the show just on the main channel and then let the subscribers to the other channels know, hey, you got to come over here on Monday at 6. But I thought, you know what? If you can't beat them, join them. And if they're not listening, I get it. Then we'll just make it available everywhere. So hopefully you will continue to lock it in on Mondays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, our Big Ten show. Our next show coming up is USC, and that will be just on the USC channel. That's at 11 o'clock Eastern Time with our buddy Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire. So get prepared for that, college football fans, whether you like USC or not. And of course, Big Ten fans, you have to start putting USC on your radar. One more season without USC and UCLA for the Big Ten, and then you got to deal with those two. And whomever else might be in their division. Is it going to be USC and UCLA just playing against everyone else that is furthest west, Nebraska? Or is it going to be USC, UCLA in a division with Oregon and Washington and or Cal and Stanford, something like that? Stay tuned. As the realignment talks continue here and elsewhere, and we just did a show on this, and I posted a video concerning what the Arizona and Arizona State presidents have said recently about realignment, where they're talking out of both sides of their mouths. What both of them basically said was, we're getting a media rights deal done. It's going to be a really good deal. It's going to be competitive with the Big 12. We are in it for the Pac-12, and we are committed to the Pac-12. But there are some talks going on, and if this doesn't work well and we don't get what we want, or certain teams, certain programs within the conference don't get what they want or what they're looking for, this could crumble. Or in the words of the Arizona president, this conference could blow up. So we're committed and we're stable and our media rights is going to be amazing. But if it doesn't come through, so I believe that that's going to be the first domino that's going to fall. I've been saying that forever. It's possible that if these negotiations continue, and then the Big Ten commissioner is put in place to replace Kevin Warren, and maybe, hey, he doesn't have a decision in the factor in the situation, and it's strictly a president's move, and they've already decided, hey, Oregon, Washington, we want them in. Maybe they are just waiting for a commissioner, and it's going to be a formality. The commissioner comes in, they get their plan together, which doesn't take long because it's already in place, but they get him on board. Boom, they announce it, Washington, Oregon, and that predates the Pac-12 deal. Because we know that Washington and Oregon, regardless, the Pac-12 could sign a deal and it could be for $50 million a year for each school. It's still going to be a fraction of what the Big Ten schools are going to be bringing in starting in 2024. So we already know Washington and Oregon, they've applied for the Big Ten. They want to be in the Big Ten. So if the Big Ten says yes, they're gone. The question is as to whether the other schools stay in the Pac-12. The question is also that if the Big Ten says no to the Pac-12, which they said, stand by, hang on, we'll get back to you last fall, that if Washington and Oregon will go to the Big 12. I was on Jake Posey's podcast. We recorded last night. I believe he's released it, and he put me on the spot to say, we want your prediction. I love making football predictions, but predictions on conference realignment, I said, I'm going to say I'm 60% sure that the Pac-12 is going to stay together. Or I'm not 60% sure, but those are the odds I would put on it. 60% that for the time being, under the contract that they're going to sign, that there's going to be a stabilized Pac-12. But the Big Ten will get its way eventually. And that could be, I don't know why the Big Ten put off Washington and Oregon if they want Washington and Oregon. Maybe there's that lends me to believe at first it caused me to believe that Notre Dame was the breaking point. They were the key in all this, and they are still the key in that they're the most desired and the most wanted. But I thought that at first. Now I think that there's just infighting amongst the Big Ten. I think there are schools that want Washington and Oregon, and there are other schools who don't want them or don't believe that they bring value. But value goes beyond just saying, okay, the pie's this, and we divide it 14 ways, and we get this. And then USC, UCLA, of course, I should have reconfigured that 16, and everybody gets this, X, Y, and Z. This is what everyone gets after we slice it 16 times. We bring in Washington and Oregon. We go back to our partners, Fox, CBS, NBC, and then we say, what additional will you give us? Because we bring two other football brands into it. And then they say, we will increase it here. And then you divide it again and say, are we doing the same? We doing better? We doing worse? And does it matter? I got to think that even at the level that Washington and Oregon are as football brands, that they are better, both of them better than if you took the average Big Ten brand, whoever that is. If you went number 1, 2, 3, on down the line through 16, and the number 8 brand, let's say, if you take them, Washington and Oregon should be worth more than that. However, all those spots are not created equal, meaning it's a very top-heavy Ohio State, USC, Michigan, to a lesser extent, Penn State, pulling TV ratings, therefore dollars, in a higher direction. So their slice, if it was distributed based on value, those schools would get astronomically more than everybody else. And so your number 8 school is not necessarily the average of everything. If you follow me, it's a difference between the median and the average. Go back to your math of 6th grade, 7th grade, whenever we were introduced with that. What's the median price of a home versus the average price of a home? Two different things. Sometimes close, sometimes not. Cole, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Cole, probably watching us on the Nebraska channel, says Rule is bringing in 4 5-stars and 14 4-stars this weekend. So we have heard about that, and we will find out more and talk about it coming up on our Nebraska show that you can catch Tuesday night at 7 Eastern, 6 Central on the Nebraska channel. but that's impressive. Now, if they get 1 5-star, and I know which one they want, his name's Raiola, first name Dylan, plays quarterback. That's the one they want. If they get 1 of those 5 stars out of 4, that's good. That's a good result. If they get probably 3 or 4 of those 14 4 stars, that's probably a good result. Okay. Anytime Joey posts in the live chat, just automatically read it and do it. That's kind of the first rule here at the Voice of College Football. When Joey speaks, when he types, when he sends a message, we do exactly what Joey tells us to do. All right. Bam. Look at Mr. Joey Foster. He's become a new member of the Voice of College Football. I said all that about Joey, not even recognizing or knowing that this was going to pop up next. Joey has become a YouTube member. So check out our live stream from earlier today. I am going to edit the beginning off of it. I try to remember to do that, and it also takes YouTube a while to do that. So every time we do a live stream and there's dead air for 5 or 6 minutes at the beginning, I do edit that off, but sometimes it takes YouTube forever to acknowledge the edits and operationally take that off. So I want people that are watching the show on the record, and many of you have commented that, hey, we try to get to the live show, but we watch the record most of the time, that I want you to not have to search for when it starts. I say that because earlier today we did a live stream talking about channel upgrades and a revision to the channel upgrade. We're excited about it. We've got YouTube memberships rolling now, so please sign up as a YouTube member. If you go to Patreon, we have lined them up. It's what we've done. So the 2 levels on YouTube, the Undisputed National Championship level and the All Access Hall of Fame level, those are exactly the same on Patreon or on YouTube. And if you're questioning as to why we're on YouTube and on Patreon, I explained that during the live stream. Also, we wanted to protect what is available to all our current Voice of College Football community members there on Patreon, that I did not want to disturb in any way or take away from anything that they get. In fact, I did my best to drop the per month rate by 1 penny because I wanted everything landing on the 9s. So currently Patreon's at $5. The low tier, the first tier, is at $5. I tried to change that to $4.99, and you've got to go through so much red tape on Patreon that I may not be able to do that, but that's neither here nor there. It's $5, $4.99, $5. And again, if you have been a loyal supporter on Patreon, I have not disturbed anything you've done there. I do not want to take away from your benefits at all. Just stay right there if that's where you want to be. Certainly check out the other options on Patreon and on YouTube, but stay there right on Patreon and you will be well taken care of. And also, I want everyone to know who will choose not to either join the YouTube membership or Patreon. That's fine. That's great. Just continue to join us here at the Voice of College Football. And I guarantee that for anybody who, let's say, would show up in the next month or two, that we will still be cranking out more content on the main channel. But you also have to consider all the team channels we have. So unlike a lot of other YouTubers that cover college football, I've got a main channel, but I've got even more time invested on all these other team channels. So when you put it all together, we will continue to deliver more content than anybody. I am not hesitant in saying that. We will continue, even though we're going to have some exclusive content that is going to be provided there as explained both on the YouTube membership and on Patreon, that there's still going to be more and hopefully better content here than anywhere you're going to find elsewhere. And I would suggest that you would watch the live stream, listen to the live stream. But Joey, thank you so much for that. And we got Jason coming in here. Jason says, Raiola to USC or Georgia, I think. Yeah, if Dylan Raiola chooses Nebraska, he is showing a lot of loyalty to his family, because there's obviously no reason or no way that Dylan Raiola would be considering Nebraska if he didn't have family ties there. Obviously, that's the only reason Nebraska is in the running. Georgia and USC have so much over Nebraska from an objective standpoint. USC has a mastermind running the offense in Lincoln Riley. He is developing and coaching Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks year after year after year after year. Consider this: Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts as finalist, Caleb Williams. That's 4 in like 7 years. So he knows that he's going to set himself up to be developed, to prepare himself for the NFL and be a big star in college if he goes to USC. If he goes to Georgia, shoot, even though they're known for run, and then pass on third down, that's not reality. And it was not reality this past season. They had one of the most explosive offenses in college football. And if Stetson Bennett, bless his heart, if he could throw for almost 300 yards per game, then Dylan Raiola could go there and win national championships and throw for 300 yards a game and be a Heisman finalist and all that at Georgia as well. Nebraska, if Scott Frost were still the coach at Nebraska, I got to think that even with Dylan Raiola having the name Raiola and it having legendary status in Nebraska, that their opportunity, their odds of landing him would have been diminished, because he would know Scott Frost is there and Scott Frost doesn't win. He doesn't develop quarterbacks. He doesn't win. But now it's Matt Rule. So even though Matt Rule has yet to prove that at Nebraska, Matt Rule can sell what he did at Temple, what he did at Baylor, of course, and not that he was successful, but he was hired to be an NFL head coach. So I got to think that Nebraska is only in the running because of Matt Rule. And in addition to the obvious family connections, the legacy. So, Jason, thank you so much for that. Any other comments here? We have dropped the link in the chat a few times. And, oh, look at this. Our buddy Tim is on board here at the Voice of College Football on YouTube. Thank you so much for that, Tim. Those are nice to see. And all you need to do is go to the front page of YouTube, and you're going to see a join button. Now, don't be scared. If you click that, you're not automatically joined. You're going to be able to see 3 options. And if you have any questions about the options in terms of the first tier, which is you are on the very wordy, but still we wanted to phrase these in connection with our brand here at the Voice of College Football. So the first tier is the top 25 that actually makes sense tier, and you see what you get for that. And then the next tier is the undisputed national champion tier, because if you know me, then you know that we, of course, review all the national championship seasons. So we've got our disputed and undisputed national champions. And I thought about naming it the disputed national champions, but because that's what we basically pin these teams that have won national championships, we dispute them. So we're big on delivering disputed national championships. But I didn't want to, of course, I wanted to call all of you the ones that are undisputed national champions. So only the folks that are here, the Voice of College Football, are undisputed national champions. So that's the second tier. Although because YouTube had a limit on characters, I think I had to call it undisputed national champ. And then we've got the All Access Hall of Fame. And again, if you have any questions or suggestions as well, and understand that I took a lot of thought process into not so much the naming, they could be named better, but in the process of trying to figure out what added value should go to each tier. And then lining that up with Patreon and making sure that our current patrons at the Voice of College Football community on Patreon, that you're unaffected and actually you're going to have a better experience. So that's my number one goal, is that you get the experience that you're looking for in terms of smart content, informative content, fun, entertaining content here at the Voice of College Football. So check out the live stream from earlier today. Super chat. Look at this. Erica's here. And Erica, of course, I shouldn't take this for granted. I will not take this for granted, but she has been so loyal. She shows up during our Iowa shows there at the Voice of College Football on the Iowa channel every Tuesday at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. Mark spoke the truth about Raiola, all facts. Yeah, I don't know about the young man's personal perspective on all that, but that's just pretty obviously the benefits to Georgia, USC, and then the benefits to Nebraska, and then the negatives, the pros and the cons, and really there being, in my eyes, from a football and education and NFL preparedness standpoint, there are no negatives at Georgia and USC, and then there are pros and cons at Nebraska. He is making a mighty leap, of a leap of faith if he goes to Nebraska. I'm not saying he shouldn't. He should do whatever he wants and whatever is important to him. For us, it might be winning, NFL preparation, location, education, coaching, relationships. For somebody else, those could be all switched around. It could be coaching relationships, NFL preparedness, then winning, then education, location. He's a Arizona kid who obviously has ties to Nebraska and has spent time there. He showed up at a Nebraska basketball game a few weeks ago. So he knows that the climate's not going to be what he's used to in Arizona. And I don't know how long he grew up in Nebraska, if at all, compared to how much time he spent in Nebraska. But we all have different perspectives on making that choice. But it's pretty obvious to line up those as the bullet point list of priorities that every collegiate athlete has to determine. We want to remind everyone that our Big Ten Live show here continues through the 8 o'clock hour. We got John stepping in. John Diadamo will be your host at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So please join him. Any Big Ten media out there. So it's funny because we've now done this for 3 weeks, having the Big Ten show on Monday and then the SEC show on Tuesday at noon Eastern time. And what has been the difference is we normally have had more people on the Big Ten show in terms of more viewers. We have also had more people call, but my Big Ten media folks have not shown up. And I don't know if that's just tied to basketball or they just talk to me enough and figure, that's enough, Mark. We don't need to see any more than we already see you. And then for the SEC show, it's completely different. The complete opposite. I had like 7 consecutive media show up a couple weeks ago. So I'm sending the link out there to some of your favorite Big Ten media types. And so it is their choice. I know they're busy, but I let them know, hey, even if you only have 5 minutes, stop by. We also have our friend Badger and Bournemouth fan. I hope I got that right. We have seen you recently in the chat, and we thank you so much for stopping by. We appreciate your membership. And as I stated during the live stream earlier today, if I fully express myself, every time I receive a super chat, and now these memberships as well, if I truly and fully showed my appreciation, then I'd talk about it for 10 minutes. But I know we got a football show and we want to talk about football. But uh, I got to tell you that it moves me every time I see any kind of contribution of any type. And if that means just liking the videos, sharing the videos out on social media, because there's a lot of people that follow you and are connected to you on social media that have no idea who I am and don't know that we're here. So I'm not going to be able to reach them. And maybe nobody else in this chat is going to be able to reach them. You are the one connection between them and the voice of college football. So keep that in mind. But Badger and Bournemouth fan, thank you so much for your membership. And we will deliver for you here very soon. Very soon. Keep that in mind, that we will provide everything that we're stating there on the memberships. Jason's here. Jason O became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for that, Jason. We so much appreciate your contribution. And so there's going to be exclusive content there, and it's going to be substantial. And we are still going to provide a ton of content here, but we're going to have extensive exclusive content provided there. The Michigan spring game is April 1st. What we are doing for the Michigan spring game is we are going to go live with a watch party on Patreon. However, hang on. You all are invited, and you're not only invited, we will provide the link. So you do not need to be a Patreon member. We are going to provide the link for all of you. So look for it. Let's see, where should I throw it? I'll throw it on Twitter. I'll throw it on the community page. On the Michigan channel, and then also the community page here on the main channel. And you'll be able to follow the link. So you're all invited and all will be accepted. You don't have to be a member of anything to join us for the Michigan Watch Party on April 1st at, I believe, 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's usually a noon Eastern deal, but they're playing at 3, I believe. And then I think the plan is going to be to go live on the Michigan channel following the game and take your calls. All right. We've got Cole coming in to talk some college football. Cole, what's going on tonight?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
Good. I'm arguing with some people in your chat.
Oh, boy.
Nobody seems to think that Nebraska has a chance at landing Dylan Raiola, but obviously it's a long shot. Obviously, Nebraska is the outlier of the final 3 schools that most people think he's going to go to. But I'm going to tell you guys a few things I learned.
Yep.
Well, he's visiting Nebraska this weekend, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. That's 3 days. He visited Georgia last weekend, only 2 days. It's been on the record that Dylan has been on the phone with other recruits telling them to come with him to Nebraska. That's the reason why we're having so many of these 5-star and 4-star players come. I think that's 90% of the reason why they're even coming in the first place, to come visit, because he's the one calling them and telling the family that they need to come visit. Why would he be doing that? Why do you think a recruit would do that if he's not seriously considering Nebraska?
I don't have an answer for that, because I think you're right. I don't think that means that he's necessarily coming, but it means that he's extremely serious.
Also, it was released yesterday. He's coming back for the Nebraska spring game, and he's bringing his entire family, like even his grandparents from Hawaii. His entire family is coming to the Nebraska spring game.
Well, once you say that, and I was going to say this even after the last bit of information you gave us before you said this, I was going to say this, while this does not prove anything, we don't know. Maybe it does prove something. Maybe that is indication of where he's going. I don't think it is on the surface, but he only knows what he's thinking and why he's doing these things. So that second statement, that's a very unique situation to have that kind of response to a spring game.
Yeah. And so I was at February 25th. He came to Nebraska. Like, it was just like that morning, people had pictures of him in the airport in Nebraska because he came to the Nebraska basketball game with. It was a dead period, but since Donovan, our offensive line coach, is a family member, he could come during the dead period. He just couldn't talk to Matt Rule and the other coaches. So I was at the game. I could see where he was sitting. And for the first half, he was up in a suite, and it was like a suite divided in half, but you could like see over to the other side, you know? It was Matt Rule, Coach Satterfield, our offensive coordinator, on one side. Then the other side was Donovan, Dylan, Dominic, and his brother. So there's literally air blocking them. They aren't legally allowed to talk to each other, but they were literally within 10 feet of each other. And Rule was up there yelling, "Go Big Red," and looking over at Dylan, and the whole crowd was yelling it back. And then at halftime, Dylan actually came down onto the floor, walked in front of the student section. Of course, the whole student section went crazy. But Dylan went, and Trev Alberts, the athletic director, and his wife, they sit courtside at every game. Trev Alberts and his wife gave up their seats for Dylan and his dad and Donovan to sit at their seats for the half. Then after the half, you could see I saw Dylan and his dad and his brother give Trev Alberts, our athletic director, the president of the university, Ted Carter, all gave him hugs before they left once the game was over. So I don't know what's that supposed to mean, but it was very odd. Like, why? Like, he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to come to the basketball game if he didn't want to. And he didn't have to go walk in front and make himself known to everybody. I mean, the whole crowd was chanting his name at one point, and he stood up and threw the bones. I know it could just be all, I don't know. It's just I've never seen anything like what the support Dylan is getting, like when he comes to Nebraska. I mean, obviously he's number one quarterback, but he's kind of egging it on too, in my opinion.
And hopefully all of that's authentic. And even if he decides to go somewhere else, that doesn't mean that he was not sincere throughout all of this. But I think some of these student athletes obviously do take advantage of the situation and do take, and I want them to take advantage of the journey and take advantage of, the courting that they're not going to receive at any other time in their life unless they become some huge NFL free agent. And that's not even the same. So it's a once in a lifetime experience. So absolutely go to all these campuses, live it up, soak in the moment, be treated like a star, all of that. Absolutely. And that's not a bad thing. The only thing I'll say is that what you're saying about what's going on for the spring game, that one hits me the most because that's a bit different in terms of bringing the family with you from that type of distance to go to the spring game. I have not heard of that.
Yeah.
I will say that I liken this. Let's say he's full bore on doing all these things that you're stating and continues to do them. I kind of like it, but doesn't go to Nebraska. I liken that to, of course, the 5-star number one player, Travis Hunter, from a few years ago.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't have connection to Florida State, but he created his own connection to Florida State. And shoot, he was on campus as much as the current players. Like, he was constantly holding camps there and showing up on campus and was Florida State full bore, and his Twitter was all Florida State, and he was wearing Florida State all the time, and he was recruiting players to Florida State. And then Deion stepped in, and now that is probably a pretty unique situation, but I think you give a lot of good indicators, and it is an interesting it's an interesting decision in that the other two have such obvious tangible advantages. But hey, if he loves it at Nebraska and he's got the legacy there and he's got all of that in terms of a connection, that can't be measured.
Yeah, I feel like it really comes down to what Dylan, like, does he, like, obviously coming to Nebraska, I mean, he's already a celebrity when he walks into Nebraska. The moment he got off the airplane in Omaha, everybody in the state knew he was here. You don't go to Athens, Georgia, and the whole state knows he's there and within 5 minutes of him landing. So if I'm only 20, but he's probably 17 or 18. Imagine what that's like to have a whole state, that's a lot of pressure on a kid like him. So maybe he doesn't want that pressure, and I could see that being a reason why he doesn't come here, because the pressure
he's
he'd
gonna
have
have
here.
pressure at the other two places. It's just going to be different. Of course,
I think it's
when
way
he lands at LAX, nobody cares.
No.
But of course, within that LA Coliseum, then it becomes his domain. It becomes that he's the 5-star quarterback at USC, and there's something there. And then if they win, then they maybe grab some headlines from the Lakers and the Dodgers and all that. But they just treat him as this is another quarterback target. Like, he's a savior at Nebraska. He's
like the chosen child. He's like the biggest recruit since Tommy Frazier. And I know that's kind of crazy to say, but
yeah. And Georgia's football crazy, and Georgia's Georgia, and they love football just about as much as anywhere. But again, they've got 3 quarterbacks in their quarterback room that are close to his status.
So Dylan is the only well, I guess we offered another 2024, but Dylan is the only quarterback they're actively recruiting. But you see Georgia's putting in offers for 2024 quarterbacks. USC has a couple offers for 2024 quarterbacks. And that was one of the speculated reasons why he decommitted from Ohio State, was because of the Lincoln Kienholz, I think is how you say it. Yeah. They offered him when they said he was going to be the only quarterback that they took. So I don't know. Yeah, all I know is for a fact, Dylan is the one and only quarterback Nebraska is targeting, and they're willing to sacrifice not having a quarterback in this class. If he, they're just not looking at anybody else, and USC and Georgia are.
So. Well, that's all really good information. So I appreciate you stopping by, Cole, and letting us know about all that, because it gives certainly some different things to think about. I gave the generic checklist of what the typical bullet point list of considerations is. You gave real life situations and responses and all of that concerning him in particular. So that's great stuff.
I'll leave in a minute, but okay. 1, Penn State is not going to fire Ben Franklin next year. 2, James Franklin. 2, they're not going to fire James Franklin and then pay out Rule's $80 million contract 1 year in. So the guy that's saying that in your chat is that's not going to happen.
Oh, what is he saying?
He's saying if James Franklin loses to OSU and Michigan again, he's going to get fired, and then Penn State's going to hire Matt Rule.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he understands didn't James Franklin just sign an extension last year?
Yes.
So they have to buy extension. They have to buy out that and buy out Rule's, what is it, $80 to $90 million contract. That's just not going to happen. No school has that much money. That's like Jimbo money we're talking. So.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about Texas A&M in particular, and at what point there's going to be a breaking point to that. Because if Wisconsin can cough up $15 million, and if Auburn can cough up, Auburn can do it twice in the span of a few years, and Florida State had to do it twice within the span of 3 or 4 years. So we're talking upwards of 30 to 35 million with Texas's resources. Maybe 50 million is going to be 30 million to them. So they go ahead and do it. All right, Cole.
Thanks.
Appreciate you being here, man. Have a good one.
You too.
Let's pick up some of these super chats, and then we will take a couple more calls here. Jason says 5-star quarterback. Jaden Davis, a thumbs up, I believe, from Michigan. Also 4-star running backs, Tatum and Marshall, also trending toward Michigan. Klinks and Campbell are on fire so far in recruiting. They are for the 2024 class after a disappointing 23 class, and we'll talk about that in the next few weeks, and specifically the next Michigan show. So thank you so much for that. I got to get used to seeing all these emojis, I guess, and because once you become a YouTube member, you get access to all these emojis and badges and so forth, and I'm going to be reading super chats and reading messages, and there's going to be like 18 symbols there for me to try to decipher. All right, Erica, thank you so much for being here. Of course, is it better to become a member here or Patreon? So I did not want this in any way to be a point of confusion. So let me, and I knew that some people would state, and I totally get it. Why would you not shut one of them down? Okay. But there's a number of reasons. I'm not going to get into that because we're talking football. So I'll keep it directly toward your question, Erica, which would be, two of the levels that I set up on Patreon and YouTube are exactly the same. You are going to get the same benefits. It will be just up to me to provide the content on each one exactly the same. All right, that's number one. The initial first tier entry on YouTube has exactly what's stated there, in terms of what the benefits are. But if you're on Patreon right now, which I believe you are, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. At the $5 level, then what I wanted to make sure is that nobody on Patreon that's been loyal and been there on Patreon is going to lose anything at all. You're actually going to gain more if you're on the first tier there on Patreon. So you're not losing anything, and you're actually going to receive more than you have in the past, if that makes sense. But Erica, we can hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail if that didn't make sense to you, so we can have a private conversation. But I appreciate that question so much, Erica. But again, MarkRogersTV at Gmail if that didn't fully answer your question. We do have Shane on the line to talk some college football. What's going on, Shane?
What's up, Mark? How are you, man? Thanks for having me.
I'm good. I'm good. What's going on with you?
Nothing much, man. Big Michigan fan since 1989. And first of all, congrats on the platform you've built. Very impressive. And despite you being a Ohio State fan, very impressive what you've built. And appreciate the having me on today.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
good to see
you. You know, what do you think about if Ryan Day loses to Michigan big again, like 20 plus points? Do you think his job is in jeopardy? And well, I'll let you answer that, and I want to talk to you a little bit about recruiting.
So I think you bring up a good point about the spread of the game, the point spread of the game, because on one hand, it shouldn't matter. You either win the game or you lose the game, but it does speak to how well is he preparing his team for the game. You know, if Michigan's a juggernaut again next year, let's say they come into this game, they're number 2 in the country, they're 11-0, they're at home. Let's say Ohio State has whatever season they have at that point. Maybe they're 10-1, and it's this Titanic matchup again. And you lose that game 31-28 on a last-second field goal. Okay, this was just a colossal matchup, two great teams. And sure, it's disappointing. It's not acceptable. Got to beat Michigan, got to win the Big Ten, all those things. But there's a difference between what we saw this last year in Columbus and the year before in Ann Arbor, where all of us can point to, that's a breakdown. That's a breakdown. Why is that happening? They're not good enough there. They're not good enough here. Versus the kind of game they played against Georgia in the playoff, where you're like, well, you know, that was a rough one.
Yeah.
Wish they would have won, but they played about as well as you could.
Yeah.
And
probably
so you've got a great point there.
Probably win that game if Marvin doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, they probably did. There's, you know, it's one of those games where, just like the Michigan game, you can point to like 7 different things and say, if any one of those 7 things didn't happen, they win the game.
Unfortunately, I was there live to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, we've got an all Big Ten championship game. That would have been something else, huh?
Amazing.
So to answer your question, I think that this game is unlike any other game in the country because it holds so much weight that you can churn out 11-1 seasons and still be considered a failure because you lost that game. And so I do think at some point there's a breaking point. How many coaches get fired after going at that point an 11-game season? John Cooper got fired after going 8-3 because he lost to Michigan. I don't think he gets fired if they're 11-1 and they lose to Michigan, because I also think the powers that be are going to understand, okay, we're now in a 12-team playoff, and then it's really going to become more about what did you do in the playoff.
Absolutely.
And something about that rubs me the wrong way, but that's just going to be the way it is.
Definitely. Regarding the recruiting, do you think that Ohio State, they seem to try and get the big fish first and then kind of circle back to the state when maybe they don't get some of the guys they want? It just seems like, obviously Michigan is making some inroads. They had 4 guys in the 23 recruiting class from Ohio. In the 24 class, it looks like they're probably going to take both the top 2 offensive tackles in Ohio. Hamilton's already committed. Rumor is Roebuck is pretty close to committing. I think they're 1-2 as far as offensive tackles in Ohio. Jordan Marshall is a lean right now. It's probably more like 50-50. But still, if you get the number 1 back in Ohio, the top 2 tackles in Ohio, Scott, the stud defensive back, was here this weekend. It seems like there could be a small change in the recruiting that's taken place. And I'm just wondering if, again, the question is, you think Ohio State is so used to going out and grabbing who they want and circling back to Ohio when some of those guys that they want, maybe they're not getting?
So I broke down the recruiting numbers since Harbaugh took over and posted a video a couple weeks ago about this. And one thing that caught my eye that was not a big surprise is that the difference in the number of players that Harbaugh signed from Ohio versus Meyer and Day signed from Michigan was about 2-1. It's like 80 some to 40 some, with more players coming from Ohio to Michigan. Well, that doesn't surprise anyone. But I do think that while Ohio has been a better high school football playing state pretty much forever, I think that gap is closing. Ohio is not what it used to be, and Michigan has produced a pretty high level of, at least at its top level, its top 8 to 12 players are getting pretty darn good, and there's not the gap that there used to be. And so I would think it would be a huge priority, should be a huge priority in an average Ohio high school year. The top 6 to 7 players should be Ohio State targets for sure. And then even past that, there should be players there that are going to be program players if they so choose to go after them. But they should be hot after the top 7 or 8 players in the state.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad they're not currently. And, again, the 24 class could be, could be something special for Michigan, especially with a couple of these guys from Ohio, along with the Jaden Davises and the running back from Texas, Tatum.
Yeah.
We know we had a very disappointing 23 class, but I'll be if Davis commits, I'll be shocked if this is not a top 7 class. The trajectory that it's going right now.
Yeah.
Assuming Davis commits, 5-star quarterback.
I think that Urban Meyer discovered something. When he came in, he was just full bore. We take the best players. So we don't care if we get one Ohio player. I'm overblowing that a little bit, but he was all about national recruiting. And then at some point in his tenure, I think he kind of acknowledged, and he's not one to acknowledge he makes a mistake, but you could kind of hear it in there. Not that he just flat out stated it, but you could hear that at some point he realized, okay, we're going to lose this state. I can't do this. I got to figure out what that balance needs to be. And I think Ryan Day does the same thing. I think he understands how important Ohio is from an optics standpoint, and that there are 5 or 6, 7, 8 players that should be on the Ohio State roster from Ohio each recruiting class. But, maybe these 2 consecutive wins by Michigan resonate.
And Michigan does a great job of turning those 3 stars into NFL players.
Mm-hmm.
And not that Ohio State's really recruiting 3 stars. That's an opportunity that Michigan takes advantage of. Rod Moore, for an example. I think PFF has him in the top 2 safeties return, and he's probably going to be an All-American this year. on the 1, 2, or first, second, or third All-American teams. He was a 3-star out of Ohio. A guy Ohio State obviously overlooked. Most of their concentration is on the 4 and 5-star guys, and so Michigan definitely does a great job with finding those 3-star diamond in the rough type guys like Rod Moore.
And I would be okay with any program focusing more on the 4 and 5-star guys if that's their evaluation. And I can't answer that. Nobody can answer that, instead of whether they're relying on the recruiting services to tell them who the best players are. And then I know that they do their due diligence. They don't just blindly take these kids, but certainly whether they're going, okay, we just look 4 and 5 stars, and then we go evaluate them, and then we determine out of those 4 and 5 stars who we want, versus, hey, we're going to really look at these 3-star players. And especially once a Michigan becomes, a serious candidate, or schools like that, Notre Dame, Penn State, for a 3-star in Ohio, especially in Ohio, that they should be evaluating them. And if they passed on him just because they misevaluated him, that's one thing. But if they just sloughed him off because he was a 3-star, then they're not doing their job.
Well, look, man, I appreciate you having me on. It's great that the rivalry's back, because, it was boring there for a while, getting beat up every year, Mark.
It?
It's great that we're having these conversations, and the rivalry's back.
All right, Shane. I'm not going to agree with that, but I totally get your point. You're right, but I'm not going to agree with that. So if you can respect that,
no problem.
That's where I'm at on that. But yes, the rivalry is at its best. Any rivalry, when it's intriguing and equal and all those things. So there's
Absolutely.
no doubt about that. Yeah.
Thanks for having me on, Mark.
Thanks, Shane.
Okay, man.
Have a good night.
You too.
It's our guy Shane, Michigan fan. And we'll keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. I believe Jason, we already hit on that super chat, as well as Erica's. I think we've caught everybody. No, we got Jason coming back with, I believe, the same super chat. Yes. So, Jason, we thank you for that. So I'll read it again. Jaden Davis, 5-star quarterback. Thumbs up at Michigan. Also, the 4-star running backs, Tatum and Marshall, trending toward Michigan. Clinks and Campbell are on fire so far in recruiting. You guys do a great job in keeping me updated on recruiting, because I read this stuff all the time. Believe me, I'm looking at recruiting rankings and looking at the players and the targets and all the time, but I'm just not a recruiting guy, and I cannot keep track of all these teams across the country, and I don't keep all these names. I got enough names in my brain from the 1978 Super Bowl to try to keep track of these 17-year-olds that 2/3 of them are never going to be much of a factor at the next level. So thank you for keeping me straight. Once they sign on the dotted line, then I'll look at the recruiting class and be like, okay, who do we have here? All right, let's get Tim in here. Hey, Tim, what's going on?
Oh, I'm still here. Oh, hey, how's it going, Mark?
It's going pretty well. I see your fancy logo on your graphic there. It's nice.
Yeah, not fancy. Hey, I was going to talk to Cole, but that's when I called in, just regarding the Raiola thing.
What do you think about that?
I think he made a lot of good points. He's a legacy, and they did show him a lot of love. But I'm just thinking, I know his dad dies, lives and dies by the Husker games and football. But if you're a dad, you want your kid to go to the places probably going to put you in the best position to make your goals happen. It would be hard for me, let's just say, just horribly, if UCLA, for instance, had, the better coach. And I think for a number of years, there were situations where you had some Trojan legacy kids that did not go. Matter of fact, there's one really famous one, Ryan Neese, who was Ronnie Lott's son, went to UCLA. If you don't have your ducks in a row, as much as you love your school, you want what's best for your kid, and any dad wants that. And I'm sure he would love him for his son to go there. But one thing I think that Rule will do a great job. I was going to tell Cole, I wasn't talking smack. I really think that Rule's would do well at Nebraska, but he's going to need to show what he can do. And God, I forgot I think Satterfield, right? But not the Satterfield. The other Satterfield is the OC there. And I don't say that lightly. I mean, I'm sure he could be great, but would you want to have your kid going and playing in an offense that looked really good at a different level, you know, and it absolutely could be great, but do you want to roll the dice on that, or do you want to go with a proven commodity? And whatever the NIL situation might be, let's say the Huskers throw, I don't know, $3 million at them. The differences in those paychecks and that first round signing bonus, going first overall, top 5 or whatever it will be, is going to make any NIL deal look minuscule and a waste of time. So that's why I think really, if you're a quarterback, it's going to be hard to say no to Lincoln Riley and his offense, especially at USC. You know you're going to have receivers and running backs, and now they're pulling in the linemen, and they got a pretty good line on 2 really good modern day guys, Baker and I can't remember, but they're going to be 4 and 5-star offensive linemen. So that's the last piece of the puzzle that's coming in soon. And I think early on he might have been scared away because Riley's really going after DJ Lagway out of Florida, who's a stud. He's kind of more in the mode of a Williams, but maybe not the same strong arm, but he's that more athletic running quarterback. And I'm not sure if that might have turned Raiola off early in the process because he was going out pretty hard for him. So I don't know. I mean, Cole, anything could happen. I'm not saying he might end up at Notre Dame. I mean, at Nebraska, but I just don't see it happening. And it's not a knock on Notre Dame. Sorry, I keep doing that. Not on Nebraska or Rule at all. It's not. That's not a knock on the. I think they'll do well, but I just don't think
you're used to knocking Notre Dame that slips out.
Well, I want to knock Notre Dame. And I'll knock Notre Dame later if we can hang around. Where's Will? Yeah, but I can do that all day.
If I'm in his position, and you know, I'm 35 years older and all of that, so it's difficult for me to relate. But if I'm in his position, I take advantage of the recruiting trips and the entire process, no question. But I don't lead anyone on. Have never been that kind of individual that in any way I would lead anyone on in any such way or lead a fan base on, unless they really got on my nerves and I was like, okay, I'm gonna like stick it to these people. I can see myself doing that at 17 years old. But for him to go to those lengths to bring in all that family for the spring game, that's the one that struck me. You know, showing up at the basketball games, he's going to do that all over the place, those sorts of visits. But the spring game seems to be a bit of a statement.
It is, but aren't they a Nebraska family to begin with?
Yeah, they're a Nebraska family, and yes, his dad coaches there, so they can already have a family type event there. His uncle. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yes. Dad was a legend. The uncle's a coach.
Yes.
He's a recruit. I mean, I could see it, but I don't know.
Yeah. And this is why I don't guess these things. And this is why I just kind of size up. This is how I see it. These are the factors involved, but trying to guess what somebody's thinking and whether some kids are drawn to that and others are repelled by the whole legacy and pressure and trying to live up to that. They want to do their own thing and go somewhere else. So there's usually not a neutrality to that. Like that's not a factor. There's usually a draw toward it or there's a repellent factor. One or the other.
And I do like Cole's confidence. Yes, Baker is going to come on a visit, but they get 5 of those, man. This guy's in our backyard. Modern day, I'm not sure if you know this, is pretty much a USC feeder school. Again, maybe he is going, but if I had to guess the way things are going and trending, Carter and Baker have a really much better chance of being at USC than going to Nebraska. So I don't want you to think that I'm saying there's no way he's going to Nebraska, because I'm stopping way shy of that. But there's a lot of guys that know a heck of a lot more about recruiting than me, and they're not saying it's a guaranteed lock, but they're all saying, wow, it's really trending that direction. You know, he and Riley, they got together they spent the entire time together. He was there for a couple of days, and apparently he was there with them the entire time, talking football, talking plays, talking everything. He sat down and had some time with Caleb Williams. I'm sure Caleb Williams is in his ear talking to him about the opportunities and what it's like to play quarterback under Lincoln Riley. So best of luck to Nebraska. And then really quickly before I go, Shane, don't get lulled into that 3-star stuff, because we got a lot of that thrown here at USC over the years, saying, well, hey, we're really turning these 3-stars into, this and that, and they're going to the NFL. You're going to have that, right? Voorhees was a 3-star. He was a great guard for USC. Came out of the 3-star. It was a late bloomer. But you can't build a team that's going to be able to compete with the SEC full of 3-star diamonds in the rough. The odds are so small against having the numbers in order to do that. It's just literally impossible.
Yes. You would have to have all the best 3 stars in the entire conference and maybe beyond on your team to have
keep it close.
Yes. It's just, and maybe not even, like you'd have to have the best 3-star quarterback in the country, the best 3-star running back in the, yeah.
So
yes,
just be careful falling into that trap, because I was living there for a while. Believe me, when we had that guy, I forgot his name, he used to coach USC. It was like we weren't getting these recruits, and we were. There were guys that were going to the NFL that were 3 stars and they were playing well, but having a handful of those guys and then having a defense like we had, it shows. It shows when you're not getting 4 and 5 stars when you play teams that have 4 and 5-star guys. So
if you look at Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, fill in the blank, the very best recruiting teams in the nation, and let's say they bring in 25 players, this is almost within a couple going to be your breakdown. 5 5-stars, like 5 3-stars, and about, what's that, 15 4-stars. And that's roughly going to be your breakdown.
Yeah. And you're not going to be able to compete against a team like that. That's what I'm saying. That's how Ohio State can go toe to toe, and no pun intended, and almost win the game. Whereas another team's just going to get hammered by Georgia. So, good luck with that. If you, unless you have, like you said, the perfect scenario where you have the best of the best 3-stars and you got the greatest developers of all time. Otherwise, it's going to be tough sledding. And I'm once again, I sound like I'm negative, but I think what they're doing at Michigan clearly is great. But I think if they want to take that next step, they're going to need to close on these 4 and 5 stars apparently that are visiting.
Folks, Tim and Rick and I have an amazing show on USC football. It airs every Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern time. 5 Pacific is the time that they've settled on at this point. It's called Trojan Conquest Live. They've done it for 2 weeks. They got a 3rd edition coming up this Sunday, so you want to check that out. Have we settled on what we're going to talk about this week?
So we covered the first week. We covered the defense, the front 7. Last week we covered quarterback and running back. This week we did offensive line. So all that's left is the glory boys right on the outside, the defensive secondary and the wide receivers with the tight end. We're throwing tight end. We didn't know, we just put them with the receivers. So that's where we're going to hit this week. And then after that, you guys, we're going to start picking off some Big Ten teams. We want to start doing some rundowns because of the Pac-12 and Big Ten history in the past. There are a lot of rivalries that we've had over the years. Like I said, we just got our butts kicked in the Holiday Bowl not too long ago. I think it was 2019. Yeah, the Holiday Bowl. Not a nice memory at all. Watching the running back, maybe it was a fullback, just take the ball and carry USC defenders from about the 15-yard line down to the 2-yard line with a big rugby scrum. So there's a lot of great history between USC and the Big Ten. We want to cover some of that. We know we got 1 foot in the Pac-12 and 1 foot in the Big Ten, pretty much. So we want to get USC fans ready for that. We'd love to invite any Big Ten fans who want to come in and learn a little about USC before we come and invade. Don't worry about UCLA. They suck. You don't have to know anything about those guys. You'll be okay. There's no need unless you're playing them in basketball. So. But
I will take up the mantle for UCLA and I will fill you in on UCLA as much as possible, everyone. I have already posted the videos looking at USC history, recent history against the Big Ten, and UCLA history against the Big Ten. And of course, Tim doesn't mind, despite 2 consecutive losses. I don't think he minds looking at the entire recent history, let's say post 2000 of USC against the Big Ten, because it's been awfully, awfully one-sided thanks to one Pete Carroll.
Yeah. I think he was undefeated against the Big Ten.
Now, Helton came in, lost to Wisconsin, then lost these other 2 games to Ohio State and Iowa. They did beat Nebraska in a bowl game.
That
under
was
Helton.
the game that they lost. Starting with that Wisconsin game was what everyone should have points back to, the fact that the problems with Helton is the fact he literally did not use all of the bowl practices, and like someone's going like, because there's already rumors about him being a soft coach and
Never
giving
heard
kids
of that.
giving them ice cream and all this stuff weird. I think some of the fans were a little bit over the top because of the losses, but all the fans, we said, you did what? You didn't use all of your practices. Why would you not use all your practice? And then to whatever reason, and then to go in and lose, that was pretty tough to watch. So, yeah, that guy. I don't want to say his name, but yes, join us if you guys want to come check us out. It'll probably be in 2 weeks, but if you want to hear about our secondary and our defensive backs, feel free to join us next week.
One other thing real quick, Tim, if you've got a second, I'm just curious, and not to put you on the spot, but I believe USC went to spring practice on March 4th. So they're coming up on 3 weeks. Have we gotten any type of reports or any kind of indication to any kind of news or anything of significance coming out of the last 3 weeks?
They actually had spring break last week. So they had one weekend this off. They're starting up. They're not practicing today. They're actually starting back up again on Tuesday.
Okay.
And the spring game's on the 15th at I think it's 12 o'clock Pacific. So I mean 9 a.m. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's 12 o'clock Pacific time.
Wait a minute. So it's going to be at 3 in the afternoon.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Keep going backwards the other way. Yeah. So I don't know. There's rumors it's going to be on the Pac-12 network, which means there'll probably be like 8 people be able to watch it. But if you do get, I was hoping to get RG3 again. I mean, that was the first time I was really exposed to RG3 doing a lot of like in-depth analysis, and he blew me away. I mean, I've been a big fan of his ever since then.
Yeah, he's
good. It was cool. They're both
Yeah.
on the field. They're talking. The game itself was kind of flat, without flash, not too physical. But it'll be interesting to see if they actually. I'm going to be at the game, obviously, but it'll be interesting if it'll be on national television again, or that was just maybe a one-off because Riley, it was Riley's first year.
Very cool.
All right, Mark.
All right, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
All right.
Again, it's Tim and it's Rick, and it's Trojan Conquest Live right here at the Voice of College Football over on the USC channel. So there's 2 big reasons every week you want to be locked in on the USC channel, and that's Tim and Rick getting together every Sunday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. And then you got myself, and Matt Zemek is an encyclopedia when it comes to, just about everything concerning college football and especially USC. But Matt and I get together every Monday night. So guess what? That's tonight. Every Monday night at 11 Eastern and 8 Pacific. Yes. For USC Live. And that starts our week-long editions of live streams here at the Voice of College Football. And then Tuesday, it's Iowa at 5:30 Eastern, and it's Nebraska at 7 Eastern. Then we've got a big day on Wednesday with Ohio State, Oklahoma, Michigan, Florida State, and Miami on Wednesday. All right. I believe we've got another call coming in here at the Voice of College Football. Alex is here. What's going on, Alex? How are you? Can you hear me, Alex?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How's it going?
Good. How's it going?
Good. What's the good word?
No idea. I was invited in and I thought I would just join. What's the conversation? What's going on?
Oh, you were. I'm sorry.
There was someone invitation, so I just joined. I thought, okay. What's the conversation about?
Do you mean on Twitter or on the live chat?
It was on the live chat. It was on the so maybe I shouldn't have joined. Sorry.
No. We're just talking Big Ten football. So we do this every Monday night.
Mr. Buckeye. I went to Ohio State 90 to 93, so
there we
I'm
go.
Scarlet and Gray all the way through.
Absolutely. So we've got a Big Ten show that we do every Monday here at 6 Eastern. So yeah.
Oh, sweet. Really? Okay.
Yes. We just started a couple weeks ago.
Awesome.
Have you watched the channel before?
Oh, I religiously. I watch you probably every other day.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, we started
Oh,
a Big Ten
you're the
show on
spot. I
Monday
think
night.
you're better than Buckeye Huddle. You're the spot, definitely.
We do our best. So
I
thank
know
you
you
for
do.
that. It's very cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, if we could talk about Ohio State, that'd be great. I mean,
Absolutely.
obviously.
Is there anything on your mind?
Oh, tons. So what's your take on the secondary coaches?
Well, my take was that I was hopeful and impressed when they were hired. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I remember the Tim Walton days, and certainly, I have preferential
Yeah,
treatment
same.
to any of those old time Buckeyes, even if they didn't play on the
Definitely.
best teams like a Tim Walton. But with Perry Eliano, he certainly had a great reputation, and we saw what Cincinnati did in their secondary with lesser recruits and churned out two high level cornerbacks to the NFL in Kobe Bryant and Sauce Gardner. So there was, I had high expectations, but there's a lot of expectations on that defensive side from a coaching standpoint. And I thought the front seven generally played well. I thought the defensive line didn't have a stellar season. Now they had their moments. They had their moments against Penn State. They're obviously TJ in particular, JT, sorry. And of course, against Penn State as well. Penn State and Maryland in particular played really well against Iowa. But, and I thought the linebackers, I think the upgrade at linebacker, I think they had their best linebacking season probably since 2016, but the secondary was pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a hard time landing it on the players themselves. I think it's the coaches. What do you think?
They've had some kind of outside of 2019, since 2017. The last really good defense I thought they had, aside from 19, was in 2016. And since then, they've had defensive coaches that are supposed to be good and have been good elsewhere,
Right.
but for some reason,
Like I've seen Eliano at times. Like I've seen practices, and he gets a little short with his players. And then I saw Cam Brown come storming off one time, and Ryan had to talk to him and kind of calm him down. It just seemed like with Cam's desire, his passion, he's probably a great player. He's a great player, but I think the coaches are not quite what they need. That's my feeling. And I think to the seven, the group of seven up front, yeah, they're awesome. I think what's his name has to stick, get away from the Jack thing. Keep those four guys up front, get Jack, to normal DE, and just traditional smash mouth Big Ten football. And I think I have a hard time landing it on the players. I think the players are phenomenal. I think we get so much talent at Ohio State. It's insane. But I think the coaches, I'm having a hard time with those two secondary coaches for real. Yeah.
well, based on what we saw this past season, you have every right to feel that way. And again,
Yeah.
people loved the Jim Knowles hire, and I was optimistic about it, but it wasn't like he churned out top level defenses at Oklahoma State year after year after year.
Well said.
They regressed early. Actually, he took over a better defense than what he churned out his first 2 years. They actually regressed before they got better. And really, it was just those last two defenses, especially the last one, that performed at the type level that you would expect an Ohio State defense to perform at.
I just think this is a kid from I forget what it is, not Buckeye, Letterman Row, and he's right about it. He's saying, he's just doing the Big 12, that air him out kind of defense against the air him out offense, and he's not really. Wasn't doing Big Ten stuff, and Big Ten is just like in your face destruction in it. And I think he's getting the idea that he's got to get more towards that, because that's what we are. That's what we're good at. That's just what we are. Killers. We've got to get back to that. Got to let our defense is phenomenal. Just our safeties alone, like Sonny Styles, all these guys. Even Nosum, I mean, I know he's a good corner, but we just have such talent on that team. It's unreal. And I think if we had the kind of coaches that equal the talent, I mean, it would just be like Saban, they would be heralded as, the next Saban number 2, I just think we need better coaches. Talent is insane. Our talent is, and you're right about the front seven was great, and they'll be better because I think off thing and Jack thing and back, yeah. So that's my take on the defense. What's your take on the offense?
Alex, we lost some of that, so you're breaking up a little bit.
What's your
I
take?
think we got that fairly well.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
I was just saying, I think our defense is awesome.
Ooh.
Adjust.
Yeah, well, I think
The players are
potential
phenomenal.
I think there's potential for the defense to be phenomenal. I thought that
Yeah.
if I was going to rank all 3 levels of the defense last year, I would say that the defensive line was a 7 out of 10. The linebackers were more like an 8.5 at least, and then the secondary was more like a 4. But to your point about the way they should play it with the type talent that they have, there's no reason to be ultra conservative or ultra risky. Those are things the teams do when they got to make up for a talent differential. They either say, we're going to play umbrella coverage, we're going to tackle in front of us, keep everything, we're going to play very conservative, and we're going to try to lengthen drives out, or they get super risky and they just figure we're going to go for broke. Ohio State doesn't need to do either one of those things. They just need to play sound, aggressive defense, blitz in spots, and they should be able to field a top-level defense in the Big Ten by taking that basic approach. In terms of the offense, I think it's a big year for the offensive line. I think that the offensive line was really good last year, but it was concerning that they couldn't run against Iowa in particular and a few other teams in the mid to late portion of the season.
What's your take on Henderson? Because I feel like, everyone's pro Henderson, and I get it. He's a nice guy, but is he really our back? Fry's going to do a good job. I echo what you're saying. I think he's going to do a great job with the line, but the backs that we're going to put up front is first going to be Henderson and then Williams, and it's like, Dallin is just insane. If TC was given a chance, the guy can fly. I don't know about Travion. I think he's more of like a kind of way out throw him out of a bubble, throw him out of screen, and he's fine. But he's got to be given so much room, and he can't hit anybody. He hits people and he just fumbles, and it's like, what do you do with a player like that? So what do we do with our backs? That's the question I would have.
Well, yeah, if all of us could shake whatever preconception we have about these players before they hit campus, then I think our evaluation would be much different. I think if I was just watching these players and I didn't know Travion Henderson was the number 1 running back in the country, he doesn't look like the number 1 running back in the country. He's good.
I know.
He had that killer game against Tulsa, and he had a really nice season in 21, but Mayan Williams is a far more physical back. There's no question about that.
Yes.
And and it's not like Travion Henderson is Tony Dorsett making, he's not that elusive. He's fast.
No.
He's got good size, but he's not an extremely physical runner. Mayan Williams is an extremely physical runner. Dallin Hayden is, to your point, he's the best of both worlds. Why he was not getting carries against Michigan, I have no idea. I know, right? It's like that.
Our receiving core is insane. We'll be fine there. The O-line will improve. That our tackles will figure them out. I'm excited about McCord, and of course Brown's going to be okay, and Gebbia is going to help out if he comes in. And we're just going to be solid at offense. I think the coaching our offense is going to be awesome, but I'm concerned about the 2 backs, those 2 guys. Mine is good at short yardage, and I'm concerned about the long sprints. But so Henderson and Williams, and then the 2 secondary coaches. Other than that, I honestly think this is I'm sure every Buckeye on the planet says it, but I'm just feeling this year, something about us this year is going to be massive. And then the game with Michigan is just going to be, wow. What a game.
So our buddy Uncle Rico brings up a good point, and I was going to get to this, and then I got lost talking about whatever I went off on. That yes, when
Fair
Travion
statement.
Henderson was brought up, yes, we have to cut him a lot of slack because he was never right once he got hurt last year.
Fair, but I mean, he needs so much space. I mean, he hits one guy and he just gets freaked out, and it's like, wow, that's your job, man. It's football.
Well,
You got to hit hard.
Again, we could be surprised how good he is this year if he's fully healthy.
If he improves, yeah, okay, that's a good point. Always thinking ahead. I like that. Yeah, exactly. He could be improved. You're right. Wow.
Yeah.
So there's real hope here. I mean, like I'm so excited about this year. I really am. So excited about Ohio State this year. This is going to be awesome. Michigan, man, these guys are going to be amazing too. It's just wow, what a year this is going to be. Really.
Yeah, I think you pretty much set it up. That's what we're all expecting.
We hope so.
and with Penn State possibly playing a big factor too.
Yeah, can you believe these guys are coming out of nowhere? And what's his name? The quarterback for Penn State. He seems phenomenal. Boy, can he run? Yeah, it'll be us three, and then of course Bama seems like they're going to recollect. Georgia, I don't know. By the way, can I share a secret on finally? I'm going to share the secret. Do you know honestly what I feel the secret is with Georgia, Mark? It is running. The practices are so insanely focused on running. So when they hit that fourth quarter, they're just gassing other teams. What are your thoughts on that?
You mean that Georgia wears down teams with their running game?
Not with the running game. In practice, Georgia practices like crazily with running. They have their players running like mile sprints all the time. So when they hit that fourth quarter against other teams, they just gas the other teams because we're just spent by the fourth quarter. They have that extra mileage, and yeah.
Well, that could be a really good point. I wasn't that in tune with Georgia's conditioning program, but any great football program has a tremendous strength and conditioning program. But the one thing I will say about Georgia also is that the position that gets the most rotations, if you have the players to do it, is defensive line, and Georgia can just come at anyone with just waves of high 4 and 5 stars.
Oh yeah.
So they stay fresh.
Confirmed.
Yes.
I'm willing to bet you if us or Michigan starts focusing on running in practice, I think we can finally show Georgia to be who they are. Yes, they've got these enormous guys that are whatever on the line, absolutely. But I think it's the running. I know it's the running. Seeing one of the practices before the playoff, I was like, oh my God, these guys are crazy. I mean, they are just, smart, and smart is like yelling at them, like kind of Saban would, like what do you, like just going bananas on them. And like they're just like running. I was like, that's the secret. I was like, that's it. And you notice the fourth quarter, they're not much more talented in that fourth quarter against Ohio State, but they just keep going and going. And you can see our guys, we were just done. We were spent. And that, I think that's the secret. I don't know. I'm sticking with that idea. Whatever. Sorry for wasting your time on it, but I thought I'd say that because I thought if there's anything we can do to beat Georgia, it's that. We've got to build on the whole gas tank thing. But I just thought I'd help out like our nation because I love us. Anyways, back to you.
Well, we appreciate the call, Alex. Thanks for talking Ohio State football with us, and call back anytime.
Thanks,
But
Alex.
if you guys can keep talking about Ohio State, I'd love to keep adding to it. So let me know. Thanks, man.
Well, we got our show on Wednesdays, 11 a.m.
Hold on, I got the banner.
So we'll see you
Sweet.
then.
I'll try to show up.
Thanks,
All right,
Alex.
awesome, man. Okay. You got it.
How about that?
Look at that. That's a way to usher in your
Wow. Is it possible that, because I've been listening to a surprising amount of Buckeye podcasts and material. I believe in Know Thy Enemy. And there's two themes I've been hearing. One is that Ryan Day has been really positioning the team to be more of a national championship contender, as in like a postseason contender, to beat teams like Georgia, which they almost did, instead of to beat. I mean, of course they want to beat Michigan, but it just seems like there's a bit more of an emphasis on let's win a title, let's win a playoff game. And whereas I think Urban, yes, he obviously won a title, but it just seemed like there was a little bit more emphasis on the game. Like, you never lose to these, I won't say the word, ever. That's what he said. So maybe it's just that shift to the postseason, that mentality of 5-star wide receivers consistently, and kind of that deep passing game to beat teams like Georgia. Maybe that's a key there.
Well, I think that that's just the difference between Urban Meyer and Ryan Day as coaches and what they prioritize as coaches and how they're made. That Ryan Day is a passing game guy and he's a quarterback wide receiver guy. He just is. And he's also coaching in a time when there's been a shift in offensive football just in the last 5 to 10 years in college football. So I don't know that, certainly Urban Meyer let Dwayne Haskins throw 50 touchdowns in 2017. So
Yep.
I think that he recognized that what he had, what the strengths of the team were at that point. It was quarterback wide receiver driven after it being more of running quarterback and running back driven before that. But Ryan Day is always going to be invested in the passing game and in a high value placed on quarterbacks and wide receiver play. So I don't know if that's really bent at let's win. I think Urban Meyer, he won 2 national championships at Florida. I think he was geared toward winning national championships and having this thought process that, we're not thinking just Big Ten, but having grown up in the rivalry, grown up in Ohio and being an assistant coach at Ohio State before he ever had the Ohio State job and being as close as he was to Earl Bruce, who was his mentor, Urban Meyer, I think Ryan Day understands how much this rivalry means to everyone, but it was certainly more ingrained and inherent in Urban Meyer.
And you bring up that, and I was also thinking about Zach Smith and what he was saying. I think it was like a couple of weeks ago on Menace. And they were talking about the fact that Ryan Day is looking to be more of a CEO role, like Urban was, and kind of mimic that mentality, right? So that you kind of see the big picture a little bit more. I think there was something about like maybe giving up some of the play calling duties, just to kind of have that bigger picture like Urban had, where he could kind of look at what the defense was doing more. Instead of because obviously he focused pretty heavily on the offense, on play calling, quarterback, obviously. So maybe that's a shift that will also help things a little bit, because he can kind of watch the defense and be like, I want you to be more like Michigan State's defense, like Urban said back in 15 or 16. He said, I want you to basically design your defense to be more like Michigan State's, because that thing is terrible to fight against, right?
Now, our buddy Todd Gwynn here with the super chat. We appreciate that, Todd. I don't know where he's going with this. Mark, I have not heard a thank you to the USC South Carolina Gamecocks pay off. I'm lost. A thank you to South Carolina Gamecocks. Is he making fun of USC? Or he's just legitimately saying, I've not heard a thank you to the South Carolina Gamecocks payoff.
He's saying playoff.
Oh, playoff.
Okay.
I'm
going to add you to the tick. I'm going to add you to the ticker, Todd. I don't really know what you're saying, but I'm going to add you to the ticker.
They haven't come anywhere close to a playoff. So, Todd, thanks for the super chat, and maybe we can correct that or get that squared away or clarify the next time we jump on here.
Absolutely.
All right, John, I will cut you loose and let you take it from here. And
all right.
I'm going to would you like me to grab the link and send it out there on Twitter for anyone, or you just want to rely on the callers here?
Hey, listen, you do whatever, to kick your feet up a little bit, enjoy the show, and I'll be watching at 11 for the USC show too.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Good to see you. Have a good show.
Mark. Appreciate you. All right. We're officially at the 8 p.m. hour. We had a great caller there with Alex. And it does look like Alex is still here. So maybe he wants to chop up some more, talk some more Ohio State football. So I'm going to let him back in. Why not? Hey, Alex,
All
you're still
right.
here.
Excellent.
So I'm John. I'm the host of the 8 p.m.
Sweet. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So you want to talk some more Ohio State? It sounds like.
I went there in 90 to 93 I was actually friends with Robert Smith. So it's in my blood. I'm actually from New York City.
Okay.
I mean, I love my Buckeyes, but yeah, any topic, I'm open.
Yeah, I lived in New York for 2 years, and I can't get good pizza anywhere. Like, it's really hard to get good pizza now.
Hey, Catfish Biff was the best pizza to me on the planet for a while, but
Absolutely. So we were just talking about kind of two pieces that I've kind of picked up from some of the Buckeye media in the last couple of weeks. One being that Ryan Day is planning to be a little bit more CEO type like Urban. So Urban was very CEO type, right? He looked at everything. He looked at offense. He looked at defense. Not saying that Ryan Day hasn't, but he has been kind of focused on that play calling piece a little more. And apparently the plan is to let his offensive staff and coordinators and Heartline handle that a little bit more. And then he takes on more of that Urban style role, kind of especially with the defense, still struggling a little. Maybe looking at ways to help Knowles, even though he is very good. There are tweaks that can be made.
that'd be awesome. I think that'd be brilliant if he steps over to the defensive side. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, it's interesting, because that was a comment made on Menace to Sports. And they were talking about that.
Whoever said that. That's genius. Yeah, you're totally spot on with that. That's genius. Completely. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I didn't think about that with Urban. He probably was that way, of course. Yeah, with both the CEO of the whole team. Yeah, right. Because you're right. Really, Ryan's a very offensive, quarterback-driven kind of guy, and it's like, wow, Ryan, you're awesome at that, but we need some help, on the other side. So absolutely, you're right. And don't get me wrong, I think Knowles is a fantastic guy. He's really super smart, but Big Ten is smash mouth, and you cannot be mental about things. And I love this guy from, was it Letterman Row? I forget. One of the main guys there. He's hysterical, very young guy. He's like, listen, he doesn't get it. Like, you stop thinking about things. Just hit some people. And he's right. He's right. He's right. It's got to be that physical game that we are, and so back to you. Yeah, I concur completely, 100%.
Well, and Urban even said at one point, like, the defense that Michigan State runs, I want you to switch to that, because that is absolutely impossible to fight against. And so I think he said that in the early 2010s, like when he was kind of 2013, 14, somewhere in there. And he told his defensive staff, like, I want to switch to a more Michigan State style defense. So that's how Urban as a CEO was able to step in and be like, okay, let's make a flip here.
Wow.
So Brilliant. Maybe the same is the case. Maybe the same will be the case with Ryan Day. Let's see.
I hope so. And I did see, I don't know if you caught this earlier with Mark, I did see Eliano, the way he talks to some of his players, and maybe even Walton. Like, Eliano was a little too reprimanding of his players and stuff. And it's like, listen, you have like some of the most talented guys on the planet for you right there. You've got to be a little more like inspiring or leading with them. It didn't seem like a good fit, Eliano and Walton. And I was thinking, I was saying to Mark, like, I kind of wish we had different secondary coaches, to be honest, because our talent is just incredible. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Alec, well, I actually want to toss something at you that I've been hearing about too. I want to toss this question at you. The turf. So apparently there's this issue with Ohio State's turf because it's not Mickey. He's still a great strength and conditioning coach, probably all-time level, right? And I'm saying this as a Wolverine fan. So, Are
you really? Oh, boy.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So he's a great strength and conditioning coach, and no one will deny that from any school. But apparently there are issues with the turf that they install. So basically there's been injuries and issues, and so that apparently might also be a small factor in all of this. I know it might not be the biggest factor, but these things when you piece them, when you put the puzzle pieces together, they might reveal like why Ohio State hasn't quite hit the level that most of the fans want.
That's very wow. You should put that. Are you a writer at all? You should put that out somehow, like that. Just drop that out there. I mean, it's not like any change can take place. It's the turf is there, and what is it? Was it Autolite Field or something, or whatever the field is called now, the turf field, whatever the new name is, or some company put it in. Yeah, right. It's the new turf. Possibly, yeah. I would get it out there. Maybe if enough chatter's out there, maybe they'll make a change because it could be a huge thing. You're right.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these things like add up together, right? Yeah, there were a couple of comments about that. Yeah, and there's sometimes grass or different types of whatever they were using previously, but 2019 era seemed to be working just fine, and they won a playoff game that year, or they won a playoff game in 2020. Right? So
19 was good, and then 20 we had the COVID thing. Yeah. So COVID, we were playing good in 2020. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Yeah.
Again, because you were in the title game against Alabama that year, right?
In 20, were we?
I think so.
I'm 50.
Someone can correct me. We have like a bunch of people in here that. So if I'm wrong, they jump on it.
Yeah, please jump in. I thought it was 19 or something, but maybe it was 20. Anyways, but I think that's a great point. The turf thing that should be out there because I think that's probably not. Yeah, right. Absolutely. I just think the secondary coaches are an issue, and then I think Trevion and Mayan are issues because Mayan is a wonderful short yardage, goal line stand kind of guy, and he would just smack you in the face. But past 3 or 4 yards, he doesn't really have a lot of gas, And then Trevion is just a genius in open space. But then again, who isn't? Who isn't a genius in open space going 50 miles an hour? About everyone is, He can't hit people. That's the problem. He's scared. He's terrified of smashing into people. I think Dallin is our back, and for some reason, it's not some reason. They're trying to be loyal as to the students because they're not just players; they're students. Trevion and Mayan, they don't want to just say, "Listen, you had your chance." Dallin is clearly the back. He's not very big and powerful, but man, is he elusive. And where Blake, Corum can smash the daylights out of your face if you get in his way, Dallin's going to make you miss. He's going to make you miss quick. I mean, he's just he's really good he's a great back. And then TC, oh my gosh, TC is going to be a phenom. Mark my words. He is just, oh my God. I mean, he finds space and then he's gone. I mean, TC is an amazing back. So we have a lot of talent right behind Trev and Mai. And I just think Trev and Mai had their time and place, but it's not their time anymore. I think it's those two guys.
The question becomes Hartline becoming the offensive coordinator. And Hartline, as we know, has specialized in wide receivers and recruiting 5-star wide receiver talent, right? And that's great. He's done a great job at that. But when it comes to calling running plays, that's where I'm wondering what's going to happen, because I think that one of the biggest weaknesses of Ohio State last year was not enough read option with CJ Stroud. Like, CJ Stroud can run the ball. He just wasn't given the opportunities until very late in the season.
Wow. Yeah.
Except against Northwestern, they decided to call read option for some reason. Because I guess they had to.
Oh, no, they had to.
Yeah, because it was a tight game. But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe that's another thing to look at. Running backs, making sure, because you guys recruit well across the board. But the emphasis has been on the passing game, the deep passing game, and whoever wins the job at quarterback, are they going to have the same arm as Stroud? And regardless, you got to mix in some runs, some read options, some perimeter.
We've got the receivers. And we've got to add to that. We've got the receivers who are like Julian and Marvin are huge receivers. I mean, they're big guys. We need a lot of slanting right across the middle. Take those slant passes because McCord has got that rifle, shotgun kind of wham kind of pass, so he can get it to these guys right in the middle. Smack the safeties right in the face, and get through it. And I think that's where we need to go. And I think it's a great thing that you brought up because, the long pass, they don't have the arms like CJ, not even close. They don't have those kind of bomb arms. And to add to that, they do have rifle arms, and we've got the receivers. I mean, if any team's got the receivers to take a hit, we've got receivers to take a hit. There's not even a question. What are your thoughts on how powerful the receivers are? I think our receivers are so powerful. What do you think?
Sure. I mean, you've got some of the best. Look, I mean, there's no question that the last couple of years, you've been cultivating first and second round draft picks all over the place in the wide
Don't get me
receiver.
wrong, Ronnie Bell is a great receiver. It's just I think our receivers are very muscular, very, very strong, muscular receivers. So but to go back to you, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. So they're very good at running their routes too. They're very disciplined, and that's I think Hartline's coaching. And CJ Stroud's arm talent, he was the reason that it actually made the game in 2021 scary, because we were ahead by a lot. And then CJ Stroud's arm to Olave and Wilson and JSN, he was making it a game until the last couple of minutes when Hassan Haskins, did his thing. So that is something that you guys have always had. The question becomes the running game, and can you mix it up? Because in Big Ten play, you have to, right? In the playoffs against Georgia, you probably shouldn't run as much because they're just going to stuff you anyway. Just mix in enough to keep them honest. But that's where your deep passing game really shines, is against, that level of talent, because then you can really kind of come into it. But against the really rough and tumble Big Ten situations, I think you really got to kind of mix in that run a little bit more. Read option with the quarterback.
You're saying RPOs. The options, right? RPOs, options, and you're right, short passes and running backs, and absolutely, I think we've got what you're talking about this year, and I think we needed to be here, absolutely, because that long bomb stuff was just not good enough. And so where we need to be is, connecting to your point, absolutely. Where we are right now is exactly what you're talking about, and we need to stay there.
Well, Alex, listen, I appreciate you being on. We're gonna if you want to stay tuned, we're gonna do some schedule previews, and then hopefully our friend Erica will call in, talk a little Iowa football. So we'll
wow. With the quarterback they're gonna have with Sam, oh my God, that's gonna be a team. That's going to be a team.
Cade McNamara is.
I'm Cade, not Sam. Sam's going to Notre Dame, right? Cade, absolutely.
Hey,
Cade is going to be.
Hey, here we go. We got Erica on the line. Look at that. Hey, Erica. Oh, you're muted. Okay. I'm not going to unmute you just in case.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I literally was saying, hey, maybe Erica will call in, and then look at that right away.
Yeah.
Your timing is just perfect.
I was going to wait till you guys were done talking Ohio State, because frankly, I don't have much to say about Ohio State. And that's not meant in an insulting way at all. It's just I don't know enough about them to comment intelligently about them.
Well, I would say your defense did a good job of stopping JSN and some of that high impact receiver play.
Yeah, that's true.
In that last game.
Honestly, yeah, that's true. And the thing is, I just wish we could get our offense together so we could be a threat, because I think we would be a threat if we had a good offense.
Literally, I mean, I've been saying Penn State level offense would get you into the playoffs. I think it might even be I don't know, Wisconsin level offense.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need a number one offense in the country, or even number 50 necessarily. We just need average offense, and with our defense being the force it is, we'll get it. We'll go places. One thing I did want to comment about earlier, though, I can't remember if it was when Tim was speaking or if this was just in the chat, because I've been watching both the chat and listening to everyone's comments about the conversation regarding 4 stars, 5 stars, etc. I don't remember who it was that was speaking about that. I think a few people may have brought it up, but I just want to say, and I said this in the channel, I don't know if anyone saw it or not, but Iowa actually has a lot of people in the NFL. We have like the 6th most of all teams in the NFL right now on active rosters. And I think a lot of people forget that. I know Mark has mentioned it on the channel, but I think a lot of people don't realize that. But the other thing I was going to say is if you look at the Iowa players who are currently, who just went to the combine and all this, they were all 3-stars and 2-star recruits, every single one of them. So I think there's something to be said, although a lot could be said about Ferentz, and there was one person who wanted me to talk about the Ferentz situation.
Yes, everybody always enjoys when you talk about the Ferentz situation. So
I think that he's going to be sorry he asked, because I have a heck of a lot to say about it, as you know, because John, you've heard me rant and rave about it.
Oh, I'm very familiar. I love it. I think if more people had the passion that you do, I think we would have an even more exciting college football world. So. So Alex, is it okay if we let you go?
Absolutely. I'm interested in you guys talking about Cade, because I think Iowa next to Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan is going to be the team in the West. Absolutely. So I'm desperate to hear about
you.
You
Want to stay and talk about Cade, and
you want to talk about? Cade?
I think your team is going to be phenomenal. So go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree. We've talked about it before here about Cade, and obviously, John, you have a lot to say about that because Cade you're more familiar with him than me. But I think if everything goes the way I think it's going to go, I think we definitely are a contender for the West, and I think we might have that Michigan versus Iowa game.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh,
I want that so bad.
Wouldn't that be great?
Would be like total passion. That will just be explosive. I would love to see that.
Well, Alex, you shouldn't want that because that means Ohio State loses again.
Cade McNamara. I lost fun.
All right.
I lost fun.
Alex, I'm going to let you go, okay? All right.
Yeah, you don't want to hear me rant about Ferentz again, probably. Although I don't know if he's heard my rant, but there was somebody in the chat. Gra, I think, is the one. I'm trying to look at the chat and see. But yeah, how I feel about the Ferentz situation, I'm not going to go into a full-blown rant because I don't have the energy tonight. But yes, it's embarrassing. Most Iowa fans are pissed off about it. The only reason it happens is because those who contribute a lot of money to the university, like the rich donors, they apparently don't care enough to stop donating that money, which is really a shame, because that's the only way I think anything's going to change, because we do have a decent NIL effort. So that's not the reason we don't have higher ranked players. We have enough NFL or NIL to do it. We have the NFL kind of reputation to do it. It's just, Spencer Petrash too didn't help the cause.
Eric, I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you have a finger on the pulse, I think, of the Iowa fan base a little bit more than I do, or that a lot of us do.
Yeah.
And I think it's different from what the donors think.
Yes, it is.
So with the fans, like, where do you want to be as a program? That's where I want to know. Where do you see this program? Where could it go?
Well, okay. So there are a small group of fans, and I'm not, like you said, not talking donors, strictly fans who maybe contribute to the NIL collective, like the $200 a year or whatever. Not the rich donors who contribute God knows how much. But there are a small percentage who are satisfied with the mediocre BS that happens. Obviously, you can guess by the way I'm speaking that I don't agree with those fans.
Right.
But no, I would say most Iowa fans are not happy with the status quo. Most Iowa fans definitely wanted Brian gone. There is a percentage, I don't know, I couldn't give you, hard numbers or anything, but there is a percentage of fans who feel that since Brian was kept, they've had it with Kirk at this point, and I'm kind of starting to go to that percentage a little bit, because I respect Kirk immensely. He's done a lot for the program. He is one heck of a coach. But I mean, you can't develop 2 and 3 stars if you're not a damn good coach like that. So he is a good coach. He's, very good at holding the team together. He has a good locker room. He's good at getting the right pieces, usually. But since we know that it's because of Kirk that Brian is still there, I mean, it's not a secret. I've started thinking that Kirk is putting his own interests before the program's. And so, although I would not be jumping for joy if Kirk is gone, because like I said, I respect him a lot, but I do think his time is really running out. I think he's going to end up being like Hayden Fry, where he's going to kind of be forced out. Although Hayden went out on his terms, and it turned out later he had cancer and everything like that. They didn't know that at the time, though, when he decided to leave. But I do feel that Kirk is eventually going to just be forced out. I mean, depending how Brian does this, coming year, it's just gonna keep, frankly, getting more and more explosive, and people are gonna start going to more and more games at Kinnick and booing every time the offense does horrible. It happened last year.
So real quick. So Jason gave us a $2 super chat, agreeing with your assessment about Spencer.
I love it, Jason.
Over here. Thank you for another
That's
contribution.
That's brilliant.
And
That's
Jason
amazing.
has been contributing all night and is also a Patreon member, and we appreciate that a lot. So yeah, it's hard because when you're facing a coach who's been with the program since 99.
Mm-hmm. Well, even earlier, because he did work under Hayden Fry too. So
okay.
The head coach, yes.
Okay, yeah, as a head coach. And I think if this was the 80s, he'd probably be there as even longer, as long as he wanted. But in this case, I think today's game and today's football, we hope, even though it seems like the AD is his lapdog.
Oh, the AD is, oh my God.
Which is a problem, because if you want to get him out.
Listen, he is AD in title only. Okay? Kirk rules the roost. Don't be fooled about it. He's the most well-paid man in Iowa, like in the entire state of Iowa. So he's like a god, because they don't have an NFL or any professional sports teams in Iowa. It's not like other places where there's these really good sports teams. Like Iowa is it. They're the best football, team in the state, even though Iowa State fans would have you think differently, but I'm not going to even talk about them. But so he kind of rules the roost. Like, don't be fooled by the fact that Barta is the athletic director. He is in name only, in title only. Kirk rules the roost there. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and I mean, he must. So when you think about the contract that Brian Ferentz just got, the renewal,
total joke.
I mean, at least say 20. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the intricacies of Iowa's contract situation, so basically Brian Ferentz just got whatever you want to call it, extension, renewal, whatever.
Yeah.
And basically, if they get 25 points, and I want to clarify, 25 points.
This is where the nuance is.
Period.
Because we all know that Iowa's defense scores 15 points a game.
So if he gets to 25 points on average, then he gets a bonus.
No, not only does he get a bonus, he gets renewed too. He gets to stay.
Oh, great.
And then
That's even better.
I can't remember how many millions, but they're going to pay him back up to the pay scale he was at, or even higher possibly, if he gets an average of 25 points per game. And I think it was 6 or 7 wins, including the bowl game, which is a joke because Iowa gets into a bowl every single year.
Yeah, Iowa does get into a bowl, and they tend to even win their bowl games.
We tend to win, yes,
a lot. Yeah. Which that I'm a little envious about that. But so your defense, obviously, Phil Parker is an incredible defensive coordinator,
most underrated coordinator in the country. I just don't understand why. And we've talked about this time and time again. I don't want to bore people, but I just don't. He doesn't get his due just because, how can I say this? We're mediocre because our offense is so horrific. So he doesn't get his due, and it's just not. It's not right. It's just not right.
Absolutely. So we've got Jason again with Erica spitting facts. So there you go. There you go. You're spitting facts.
I am. Listen. I'm a fan, but so we talk about this on Corey's channel all the time. Some people think that me and some other of the listeners are too harsh on Kirk, on Iowa football, etc. But just because we don't have black and gold glasses doesn't mean we're any less fans than they are. And I think that the ability to step away from the fact that we're fans, and in my case, I'm alumna too, the fact that I can step away and see it objectively and know where our weaknesses and strengths are, I don't think that makes me less of a fan than anybody. And I also think that saying someone is more or less of a fan than anyone else is kind of ridiculous to start with.
It is ridiculous.
But to be honest, if you just blindly accept this mediocrity, pattern that Iowa has, unfortunately, that's just boring. Like, why bother? Like, our goal should be to win the Big Ten and then to win the playoffs and eventually win a natty. And I know that sounds ridiculous to the Bamas and Georgias of the world that we could win a natty, but yeah, if we had a good offense, we would. Like, that's just facts. And, you know, we've talked to Tim before. I don't know if he's still here. But Tim and I have talked about how if we had USC's offense and Iowa's defense on the same team, that would be a natty right there. I mean, there's no question. There's absolutely no question about it.
Absolutely. Later on tonight, we're going to do schedule previews, but I want to ask about one to begin with here, and it's on Penn State's schedule. So you guys are playing Penn State at Beaver Stadium on September 23rd.
Yeah.
So now you do have an advantage in this game that you didn't have last year with Spencer. If this game had happened, where you do have a quarterback in Cade McNamara, who with Eric All made the game-winning throw and catch to beat Penn State 2 years ago. So I do think there's some familiarity with the offense that they run. There's some familiarity with some of the personnel. So you have that advantage that you didn't have last year. It is at Beaver Stadium, but I'm curious about your take on that game and like what you think might happen there.
So I'm a little bit on the fence about this one.
Yeah.
I think what we have going for us, like you say, we have Cade, we have Eric All, and also let's not forget about Luke Lachey, who's an awesome tight end. Eric All and Luke Lachey, I mean, not just in this game, but in the whole season, they're going to be electric. They're going to be amazing together. They really complement each other well. But the thing that we have going against us, obviously it's not at Kinnick. That's a big deal because everyone knows about, Kinnick's
the Kinnick magic. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I mean, everyone in the country knows about that. If you're an Iowa
Michigan,
fan or not,
Michigan knows about that.
Yeah. Michigan and Ohio State know about that. Ohio State does too.
That's true. That's true.
So anyway, so there's that. And then there's also the fact that we beat them last time at Kinnick. And we beat them and they claim, so some people may have heard this, they claim that it's because their quarterback got hurt. So they have sour grapes about that. So I believe just like Cade has a chip on the shoulder about Michigan, I believe Penn State will have a chip on their shoulder about how we beat them last time. So I think that's going to work against us too. So I'm a little nervous about it. I do think it could go either way possibly, but there's so many new factors though to think about as well, because we have so many new offensive players too. Like we're not, a top 10 recruiting team by any stretch, but we did get some really good additions from the portal this year. Kirk actually did go into the portal and get some guys, and we also got some very good recruits. So I think that we have a chance at winning this game against Penn State, but I don't think it's guaranteed, and I think they're going to have to really work hard and prepare well.
I have an announcement that you'll enjoy. I have you guys winning this game.
Yay!
And the reason, and there's a lot to that. First of all, obviously, Iowa's defense can stand against any level of talent. They showed that last year against Ohio State.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith-Njigba was in that game. He did get pulled out later, but he was in that game. And the Iowa defense was able to stop him. They were able to contain as best they could the Ohio State's number one offense in the country.
Right. And you know what, to comment on that as well, I think that a lot of people see that score and they think, oh my God, Iowa did horrible. Well, that's not what really happened. What happened is we had an incapable or impossible offense. Our defense, though, they did the darn best they could, and they did stop Ohio State on a number of occasions. Like during the first half, I think it was in the second quarter, one of our defensive guys, and I believe it was Noah Shannon, just totally, he knocked down the Ohio State quarterback, like boom, like it was beautiful. And they showed Ryan Day on the sideline just like shaking his head like, oh my God, what is happening? So it's a false narrative to say that, Iowa's defense couldn't hold Ohio State, because I have heard people say that. That's a false narrative. They did the best they could. And, frankly, the way Iowa plays, unfortunately, it's so uneven. We have an elite defense. We have an elite special teams unit. But without offense, especially in this day and age, you're not going to win all the games. You're not going to get all the best recruits. So I think that goes back to the thing about Kirk as well, that he's a very old school traditional type guy, which is why it took him what seemed like 15,000 years to adapt to the portal and to NIL and all this type of stuff. So I think that that's not going to change until Kirk is gone, as much as I hate admitting it. I think that regardless if it's Brian Ferentz or if it's anyone else running the offense as offensive coordinator, it's still going to be Kirk. Ultimately, it's still going to be him.
So I just want to make a couple of quick housekeeping notes before we continue. First of all, Alex, so love you. Since you've called in twice, we're going to let you go to the next call-in show, just because we do call-in shows all the time, but feel free to keep listening in. Dr. C, we're going to let you in 2 seconds because I know you want to talk Iowa with Erica, if that's okay. But I want to just mention a few things before we continue. First of all, we have a lot of new stuff here at the Voice of College Football. So whether it's the new merch site that you got to check out. So topqualityshirts.com, Mark Rogers. We've put the link in the chat. It's in the description. A bunch of people said they like their hoodies. I like my coffee mug. I like my t-shirt. So it's good quality merchandise. And if you order multiple things, you actually will get a percentage off. So get yourself some Mark Rogers merchandise and get some for your friends, your family, your neighbors, your Uncle Ronnie, everybody, and definitely do that. We now do have 3 levels of Patreon. So you can, of course, still join at the $5 level, and that's great. But we actually have 2 higher ones now, which will involve more content and other things down the line that Mark and Joey are in the lab cooking this stuff up, and so we're really excited about that. Just go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. Join the Patreons. Literally for $5, you get pretty much everything. You get the Discord chat. You get all of that good stuff. Mark does a betting guide, and some of one of his media members was like 13-1 against the spread. So this is good stuff for $5. This is good stuff. So just wanted to mention a couple of those, and then also Amazon. Everybody shops Amazon. Just go to the link in the description section if you're shopping Amazon. That's all we ask. It gives a little bit kickback towards Mark and the channel for the content that we put out there. And that's it for housekeeping. I'm bringing up Dr. C, and I'm muting your mic until you mute you got to mute YouTube because I'm getting an echo. Just let me know when you've done that. But Erica, so basically, you were mentioning NIL.
Yeah.
Which is such a major facet of college football now. And, we've talked about this a couple times where Cade's mentioned, that Iowa has a good NIL program. Mm-hmm. So I guess with that said, you said, there are people that are giving, $100, $200, I'm very familiar with NIL groups and part of 2 myself. Mm-hmm. And so I get that. So you think that the fan that's even that's donating the smaller amounts is still kind of aligned with you that, you want to see the school do better, right?
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. Like I said, there is that small percentage who try to put out that narrative, particularly on Twitter, that, there's so many teams in the country who would love to consistently win 8, 9, or 10 games every season. Like, we're so lucky to have that. And I just think that I don't buy into that narrative, and most fans do not at this point. I think a major turning point was when Brian Ferentz got that BS contract extension. Mm-hmm. That's just, like I said in the chat, it's embarrassing. That just left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. There are still, like I said, don't get me wrong, there's still a small percentage of Iowa fans who are buying into the narrative of, we're okay with just winning 8, 9, or 10 games and winning a bowl. Like, I just don't buy into it. I just don't. I don't really care if other teams around the country, some of them would die to have that. That's not good enough for me. I don't think it should be good enough in the Big Ten. I don't think it should be good enough for Iowa standards at all. Like, not at all. And I think, frankly, we could do better. But as I also said, I also am not delusional. I also realize that until Kirk is gone, it may not change,
So you're thinking, so in a perfect world, you guys are going what, 10, 11 wins,
Yeah, I think this
Big Ten
season-
championship
Yeah.
appearances regularly, and then occasionally even winning a Big Ten championship.
That's right.
Does that sound like about where you want to be?
That's not where I want to be. That's where we are. I mean, we're not 10, 11 every year. We're not Big Ten champions every year. But I think what you just said is a start. We're not far from that, especially now with Cade being quarterback and with all the weapons we got in the portal and our assuming our defense and special teams stay as they are. I don't think we're far from that now, but I don't think that should be the ultimate goal. I think that's like a short-term goal, like for this year maybe. But I would like to see us do better than that. I would like to have us have, a much better offense, better recruiting classes, and then we'll be able to compete in playoff level and natty level. And a lot of people, like I said before, a lot of people, when I have said to them, oh, it's crazy that Iowa would ever win a national championship. It is not that crazy. We already have 2 out of the 3 parts of football, like parts of the team, elite. We just need one more. We just need a push in the offensive side. And of course, it's just like somebody in the chat said, I'm trying to find it. A Damn Beast Media said something to the effect of like, here it is. Regardless of how well you play, you must be able to score to win the college football playoff and the playoffs moving forward. 100% agree. And that's why I think that offense is the missing part of the equation here and why it's essential that we change our offensive scheme. And like I said, the thing that's very unfortunate to me and a lot of other Iowa fans is that we know that won't change regardless if Brian is there or not. The only way it's going to change is when Kirk retires. And the unfortunate bit of that is that when Kirk retires, a bunch of his coaches, including our defensive coordinator, might also retire with him.
Yeah, because aren't they buddies? Aren't they buddy?
Phil Parker and Kirk Ferentz, absolutely. Yeah. Like honestly, if it weren't for their friendship and their long-term, like they've had a relationship for God knows how long now, like they've been friendly. I honestly think if it weren't for that, Phil would have left a long time ago. Yeah,
especially with just how anemic the offense has been. But the thing is, Erica, you could this might actually work against you if you want to get rid of the Ferentzes because you have a 10-win season here. So I looked down your season here, and I think you're going to win your spring football game, and then you get. So. I think that's a safe bet. Utah State, I think you've got that at Kinnick. Yeah. Iowa State, I know that's a challenge. I know that it's tough. I think Cade gets you the win.
You know what?
Even at Ames.
Iowa State it's not that it's tough. We've actually won 66% of those games with them. So it's not that it's tough. It's just our offense was so crappy last year that we lost. And plus, if I'm not mistaken, that's the game also where we had that rain until like 1 a.m. and they kept playing and stopping and playing and stopping. So it just wasn't an ideal game. And I'm not making an excuse. We still should have won. But I don't think it's going to be hard to beat Iowa State this year because believe me, they are hungry. They have talking about chips on their shoulders. They are hungry to win. And we've won the majority of the games against Iowa State. And people were pissed off last year that we lost. It was the first time in 8 years we had lost against them. So people were pissed.
Yeah, I think you guys might take that one. Western Michigan, I think that's a safe W. Yeah. Penn State, I'm giving you the literally the razor's edge because of Cade and Eric Gall. Yeah. And the defense.
It's not going to be easy though, like I said.
Oh, heck no. Oh, no.
I wanted to comment. Yeah. Sorry. I want to comment on this comment from Daniel Henry. Iowa happy as hell. Ohio State's off the schedule. No, actually, no. Actually, not.
Not happy.
No, it's not that I'm unhappy either. It's just, it's a schedule and they're in our conference. So if we have to play them, we have to play them. And like I said, our defense did stop Ohio State last year. As crappy as the score ended up, we did stop them. So I just feel like it would be another game on the schedule. And I'd actually like to see it with Cade as our quarterback.
Yeah. And I think you're going to, with Eric Gall and Luke Lachey on either side of the line, I think you're going to be in good shape there. Hopefully the receiver play also maybe improves slightly.
Yeah. I think by virtue, I think that, obviously the quarterback leads a lot of this. A lot of it is the fact that the scheme needs to be completely revamped and it's old and all this. But, Petrash was just so busy getting sacked that, of course, the wide receivers didn't have many catches. It's not rocket science.
Now, Michigan State and Purdue, I think you're going to win both of those.
Yeah,
they're
I think
both
that's
at
safe to say.
they're both at Kinnick.
Yeah.
Michigan State might actually be one of your Kinnick night games. That's possible.
Oh yeah, and we know what happens at night games. So
exactly, and also Michigan State, I think, is still rebuilding. I think that they
What
are
is the deal?
reeling.
What is the deal with Michigan State? I mean, I feel like, and maybe my take is wrong because I am so not knowledgeable about Michigan State at all. I feel like they extended Mel Tucker's contract just because he had one good running back.
You know, you're dealing with somebody who's very biased here. Okay, I am a Michigan fan. However, I think you're spot on. I think that they basically did you beat Michigan twice, $9.5 million bonus like extension, right?
Yeah.
And also remember, he is a good agent, similar to James Franklin, who continues to peddle snake oil every year and continues to get these crazy extensions. I think the same is the case with Mel. That I mean, if you remember, they were dangling LSU out there as a possibility. LSU was kind of the big one I was hearing about, but you know, his agent was definitely throwing out the LSU possibility and others. And I don't think Michigan State wanted another, situation like Nick Saban, where obviously he bolted to LSU and then won a title at LSU. So they wanted to keep Mel at Michigan State. Unfortunately, they missed the fact that, like, the reason he was doing so well is he got a generational running back and lucked into him in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Which then allowed their quarterback play. Like, Peyton Thorne was able to shine more because of Walker and his ability to run the ball, and score 5 touchdowns a game. Right. Because then your quarterback naturally is going to do better, because then you're mixing it up, and then the defense is trying to stop the run, and then obviously that opens up the wide receivers. And Peyton looked like a really, really good quarterback, and then when Kenneth Walker left, then he looked very, very average.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I watched one of the games that Kenneth Walker was in with Michigan State. I just happened to, watch it on TV, catch it on TV, because I'm not a Michigan State fan, and I don't have much against them. It's just they're not my team, but I happened to catch the game and I was like, wow, they look like a really good team. And then after seeing them again in another game, I was like, that's not really true. This running back is just electric.
Yeah, Troy here. MSU got played by Michigan. Michigan laid down and lost to them so that they'd give Tucker that crazy contract and ruin them for years. I think we wanted to win those games, Troy. I know you want to subscribe a nefarious thing there, and I'm sure we all would like to think Harbaugh is that level of galaxy brain, but I'm pretty sure we wanted to win those games. Especially 2021 was such a disappointment, because that was actually the one game Andrell Anthony was doing well. The pass game was clicking, and it just wasn't quite, for some reason, Mike Macdonald was not able to make the adjustments with the substitutions that Michigan State was making. So Mike Macdonald, remember, he's in the NFL, right? So he was he was working under Wink Martindale at the Ravens. So he's used to the NFL style where they don't do as much of that rapid offense. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury did, a few others, but for the most part, there's not as many rapid substitutions. And I do think that was one of the few games where Mel Tucker outcoached, because it was literally let's just get them all discombobulated and bank on the fact that Mike Macdonald is not going to be able to adjust because he's not used to it. Of course, that was actually Michigan State little brother did us a solid, because then when Ohio State came around, we were ready. When they, because obviously they have that same level of high octane. So anyway, yeah, we wanted to win those games. Dr. C is back and wants to talk Iowa. So we'll see it. We'll try this again. Hey Dr. C.
Hey, how's it going?
Dr. C, I don't think I know you. I don't think we've met before. So it's nice to talk to you.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you as well. I'm just a college football maniac. So
okay.
I am actually a Razorbacks USC fan, but okay. I am obsessed with college football. So I dabble into everyone's business as far as college football goes.
Wait, so what fan did you say you were?
I'm a USC Arkansas Razorbacks fan. because I've lived in both states.
Okay, because I like to put what school and yeah, that you're a fan of, and if there's multiple, that's fine.
That's not a common combination, so I'm glad.
No,
you
it's
No.
not.
I love it. Hey, we love the unexpected here at the Voice of College Football, and USC Arkansas is definitely unexpected.
Get this.
No,
Born in San Francisco, raised in Arkansas.
there you go. Wow, that's drastically quite a change there.
Yeah, I would say so.
I do want to ask Dr. C.
Mhm.
I watched some USC games just because they're joining the Big Ten. I was curious, and plus I talked to some of the USC guys like on Twitter and stuff like that sometimes. So I was wanting to see what their situation was. Obviously, I had heard a lot but never seen them play. So I watched the USC Utah game. I watched a few other, caught a few minutes of other games. I was really surprised. Like the offense is amazing. Like I was not shocked by that, not at all. But what I was shocked with is what fascinates me is that I feel that USC in a lot of ways is the polar opposite of Iowa, in that we have this elite electric defense on our side and special teams, and you guys have an offense. So I wanted to know if there's any update as to what's being done about the defense for USC this upcoming season. Like, how did you guys do in the portal with defensive players, etc.?
So that's the ultimate, question right now with as far as with Alex Grinch, the defensive coordinator, who people have been calling for his firing. They've been doing excellent as far as recruiting. So it's going to be the ultimate kind of test, as in a way, kind of like with Iowa and you'll and Cade as far as your quarterback. These players that they got from the portal and they recruited, was that the difference, or was Alex Grinch not the guy? So Alex Grinch, I think, would have been fired, and a lot of people have given him slack right now because we knew he was working with very low caliber, three-star at best players at times,
Mm-hmm.
So there was no depth. He was really working with nothing. So now that, with the portal, with the recruiting, I think, honestly, he has to perform this year coming up, or he's gone.
Okay.
It really is do or die for him, somewhat like with Brian and the Iowa offense, And that was going to be kind of my question with you.
Mm-hmm.
So Kirk, in many ways, is running a 2000s era offense.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
No, yes, it is fair to say. But, as I was listening to you explain about USC, I think it was interesting that you said that your defensive coordinator was dealing with lower ranked players. And I'll tell you why that's interesting to me, because a lot of what Iowa recruits are those lower players. Unfortunately, we do get the occasional 4 and 5 stars, especially when you're talking about people who are from Iowa, like Xavier Wampa, etc. We tend to get them. If they're from Iowa or if they're from the Midwest, usually, or a lot of times, or if they have any connection with Iowa, we usually a lot of times we'll get them. But a lot of like the people who you see right now who are in the NFL combined from Iowa. So Jack Campbell, who I'm sure you've heard of, he was a 3-star. Okay. Luke Vaness, who's going to be in a first round pick, according to a lot of people, he was a 3-star. Riley Moss is a 2-star. And Sam Laporta, who's one of our tight ends, who's fantastic, he was a 3-star as well. So
it's a development program.
So it is, and we do a darn good job of it. I mean, I would like to be more, like I was saying before, but I mean, we do very well with getting people ready for the NFL, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But I guess my point, going back though to Dr. C with USC, I guess my point is, like, I think it's an issue, and if, like I said, I haven't watched a ton of USC football, but it seems to me that is an issue with the coordinator, because the difference between the players we have and you have on the defense, it doesn't sound like they're that different. Except, some of them were underrated, I think, completely. However, the difference is in our defensive coordinator, Phil Parker. He is like a star. He's amazing. So I think that is the big difference from what you've described.
Yeah, and I think one of the other frustrations that I think USC football fans have had the last couple of years is that Southern California has some of the best recruits in the country. As you see, Matter Day went out to Allen, Texas, the powerhouse, and beat them like 54-7. In fact, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that they're banning what is it? What is it? Not Matter Day. St. John Bosco from playing in Texas again. because
Wow.
yeah,
Okay.
because they
Wow.
felt that they're probably doing some not so, as far as recruiting players. But what was it? Was it the year before? 4 out of the 5 players that were Heisman candidates were all from the Los Angeles area.
Uh-huh.
So when you're losing all that talent to, they're going out to the SEC and whatnot, it was
Mhm.
so frustrating to see those 4 and 5-star kids not come to USC, like they would back in, 2004, 2005, when you'd get those stars,
Yeah.
when you'd be able to even grab someone like Brian Cushing from New Jersey,
Mhm.
and to see how it's depleted into, what it's become. So this is, in many ways, is it Grinch or is it the players? And I think this year we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, I think that in both USC and Iowa's case, like, we're just missing one element, because in order to win a natty, you have to be a well-rounded team.
Yeah.
And as close as USC got, and with all the offensive talent they had, like, that must have been frustrating as a fan to see that the defense held you back a little bit. 'Cause I know that as an Iowa fan, with the offense.
Well, can I just jump in? So Dr. C, I'm gonna give myself a little bit of pat on the back. Here at the Voice of College Football, we like to predict things, and sometimes we're right, and sometimes we're wrong, and we mention when we're wrong too. I did predict that you guys were going to go 11-1 back in August, and here's why I thought you were going to go 11-1. Number one, Caleb Williams. I thought you guys were definitely, he would really gel with Riley's system. I thought that your schedule was really not that strong, and you had basically 3 games that were really tough, and 2 of them you had to win in order for my prediction to come true. And then on the defensive side, Alex Grinch, even though he had a rough first season, he was working with patchwork, and I get that. Yes, we know that the inside and outside linebacker play has to improve. But if you notice statistically, Grinch's defenses at Oklahoma skyrocketed. So if you look back at the statistics of total defense, total everything, when Grinch came in, he immediately improved the defense. And then year 2, and you kept until the final year, you kept seeing it go up every year. So I think that he will improve. However, if the secondary continues to struggle, I think you're going to. What do you think about Jim Leonard? Thoughts about Jim Leonard? I'm curious.
Oh, he's.
Oh boy,
that would help you guys out. That would help you guys out.
That would be the dream. I mean, I honestly thought we would see that happen, and soon, like after the Tulane loss, I thought that like Monday we would hear that Grinch had been fired right after the game, and Jim Leonard was taking over Monday. Obviously, I think, Lincoln Riley has always been a loyal guy, but you have to see, he also made that tough call to fire Stoops, right? When he wasn't, that was a gut. I mean, you fired the brother of the guy who handed you the keys, right?
Yeah, but he was really stinking it up, man. He was really stinking it up. I mean, Baker Mayfield had to literally will himself to overtime against Georgia by the skin of his teeth, because the defense just wasn't doing anything. And if it obviously Baker Mayfield was a Heisman winner and really really talented player, but they were it was very obvious that he had to go, and so it wasn't as tough of a call. I think in this case it's more on the bubble, where it's like you got to kind of give him like Stoops had a bunch of years. Like he had the control of defense for a while. This is Grinch's first year at USC, so I think you got to maybe see what happens in the second year and see if the secondary gets shored up, and then maybe make a call on Jim Leonard.
And that was that's what I have hope in. When he comes to Oklahoma after they let Stoops go, and Riley had to. It's a tough call, not because it's a call of the quality of the product, but he had to cut out nepotism, right?
Oh,
So-
nepotism.
Oh yeah, Erica knows all about that.
Please, no, please.
We
Don't
could
get
go
me
on and
going
on
here.
about the Ferentzes.
Oh God. But it's funny because Iowa, and I don't agree with nepotism. Like, I just want to lay that out first. I don't agree with it, no matter who it is, if it's Iowa or somebody else. I don't agree with it. That being said, I just love how other universities are doing it and not getting called out like Iowa is, because Iowa is failing with their nepotism, and with other teams, it's either they're playing acceptable or they're playing well with the nepotism. So I always found that interesting.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, nepotism works if it's successful, right? But if it's not, the problem
Jay
becomes when it's
Harbaugh.
not working
Thank
and they
you.
remain in the position, right?
That's right.
I mean,
Right. If you're Jay Harbaugh and you're killing it, then that's one thing.
Listen,
And Jay Harbaugh had other experience too, like so he wasn't just with Jim the whole time.
well, to be fair, I mean, you all know my feelings about Brian, but to be fair, Brian was a good O-line coach and a good tight end coach before he became offensive coordinator. Now, the issue I had, obviously, I wasn't happy. I wasn't convinced when he was, when he became offensive coordinator. But the thing that got me even more, at the same time he became offensive coordinator, he was also promoted to quarterbacks coach. Little known, I don't know if a lot of people know that. He's also quarterbacks coach. Now let's think about this. What happened? What happened?
Quarterbacks coach. I think that needs to be in major quotes.
I mean, but still, like, he had no experience with quarterbacks. Like, I don't know why in the world that happened. I mean, we know why, but why? That type of thing. So the nepotism is obvious. But, I mean, to be fair, to give Brian credit, yes, he's a good O-line coach. He's a good TE coach. There's no doubt there. But that doesn't translate. I think this is the mistake. I know this is the mistake that Kirk Ferentz and, the athletic director made. They assumed that since he was good at those two positions, or coaching those two positions, that he'd be confident or able to be a good, effective offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. And we all know what happened. So.
Yeah.
So
my question
that's terrible.
It's just, it bothers me. It does bother me, though, that the nepotism other places is not called out. I don't know.
Antoine does make a good point. Jay Harbaugh is a great recruiter, and he's been great as a coach throughout. So, I mean, that's an example where it works. It doesn't always work.
Right.
Obviously the Ferentzes and the Stoops are the other side of the coin.
I have a special place in my heart for the Stoops, though, because, I mean, they're Iowa products, too. So, to be fair.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And well, my question, I guess, to both of you is, Cade is a would you say a top 15, top 20 quarterback?
Top 20s. I mean, part of it is he's been injured, so we don't really. It's a little bit unknown.
Yeah.
We got to see how he is after his surgery and the injuries he's had. How he does. So I can't really give it a ranking. It's like an unknown because of the injuries.
Yeah.
Well, seeing that, it's been an archaic offense and just at times horrific. If a player like Cade would happen to have an amazing year, would that solidify the argument that the quarterback is the only thing that matters on an offense?
Well, no, I don't. First of all, I think that's a fallacy. Because in the case of Iowa, I'm a big Iowa fan. I watch all of their games. I'm not like you where I have two teams. I'm pretty much just about Iowa. And then I watch other teams, like, since I hear about them or whatever, and I'm trying to learn more about the game. But the situation at Iowa is not just due to Petrus. There's a lot there. There's the fact that they don't know how to do time management, which guess who that falls on. They aren't good at play calling, which guess who that falls back on. There's a lot there. And also, Petrus also, he's not, like we said, he's not that good at being a quarterback. And they kept saying the excuse they kept using, which was, in my eyes, just not, I mean, it's kind of like one of those things, who cares? He apparently was fantastic at practice. Well, I don't care what you can do at practice. If you're not a game player, why are you playing? Like, and then they put the second string quarterback, Alex Padilla, in a game, in like situations where he's not going to succeed. They put him in the second half of the Ohio State game when we were already losing a ton. Like, they put him in at like just the worst moment. So of course you're not setting him up for success. And of course he transferred out after the season was over. And of course, when he did go on the field for us, he probably didn't feel very confident. So it's just mismanagement of, you know, the first quarterback and the second quarterback, and Spencer should not have been out there as much as he was. And a lot of fans will agree with that.
Hey everybody, we have a somebody who knows a lot about Cade and Eric All and other people. We have friend of the show, generous donator, Patreon member, Jason Moose in the house here.
Oh, Jason, hi.
We got Jason. How we doing, man?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Absolutely, we can.
Is it too low or am I good?
No,
you're good.
No, you're fine.
All right. What's going on, guys?
It's good to have you here. We're just chatting up some Iowa football, and obviously, you know, you and I know a thing or two about Cade and Eric All, and of what they were able to, you know, what they could contribute to Iowa, but also at the same time, what other pieces are extremely important besides quarterbacks. So O-line, I mean, Cade, correct me if I'm wrong, Cade needs a really strong O-line to be successful.
Yeah, he definitely needs help on offense for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Receiver
he's going to
play,
need some pieces for them to be competitive.
Well,
yeah, you have good running backs, right?
We have a really good running back already on the team, Caleb Johnson. I think he's going to break out this year. He had a pretty okay season last year, but I think he's going to be doing big things this year. And also the other thing I was going to say is we did get some pieces from the portal. We got a new offensive lineman who's really good. And I'm looking forward to seeing him because first of all, he's a big dude, which obviously that doesn't make him a good O-lineman, but it helps. And I think he's going to do very well. He has the right attitude. He's been working hard in practice, so I'm not as worried about that. And also, of course, everyone who was on the team last year, hopefully during spring practice and during the summer, like they'll have the opportunity to train out more and learn more and just improve. So I'm hopeful for that. We did get two wide receivers out of the portal. One of them was an Ohio State player who was down their depth chart. So I don't know how good or not that this person will be. And I can't remember his name at the moment. But we also got another wide receiver, Seth Anderson, who is going to be very good, I think. So I think there's possibilities there. I don't feel comfortable guaranteeing anything, obviously, at this point, because after last year, I mean, that was such a disaster that, you know, I go into this optimistic and hopeful, but obviously I can't guarantee anything. But I did want to say as well that, and you guys, Michigan guys, will be able to tell me, is Cade the type of quarterback who, even if Brian calls a play, he'll go against it if he feels that he has a better idea? Because honestly, a lot of our successful or decent quarterbacks in Iowa have had that personality where.
Well, I think Cade's more of a I'm going to listen to what my coach has to say kind of quarterback.
What's that?
I think Cade's more of a I'm going to listen to what my coach has to say kind of quarterback. He kind of just follows whatever play they run, and he's more of a system quarterback than anything.
Yeah, but do you think he would have come to Iowa if he wasn't able to have input in kind of – because remember, one of the things he said on the Jordan Palmer podcast is like, you know, you think that Iowa's offense is bad. You think that. I think he's going to contribute.
Well, he's more than capable of, yeah. He can throw the ball. Let's not get that twisted or nothing like that, but I think he's not gonna wow you. I'm not saying he's a good quarterback. He's not gonna be like JJ. He's not gonna run around and, you know what I mean, slang it. He's not.
Iowa
like
doesn't
that.
need that.
But
Iowa needs a game
That's all you need.
manager.
Yeah, he can get the job
manager.
done. He's capable.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of the more successful, like successful in quotes, obviously, because they're not Heisman winners or anything, but some of the more successful quarterbacks we have had, like Rick Stanzi, Nate Stanley, have been the quarterbacks who they'll see whatever it was called and they'll be like, you know what? I don't think that's going to work. I'm going to do this instead. Like they'll go in the huddle and decide what they're going to do and not listen to the offensive coordinator. I'm not saying they did it all the time, but some of the most successful plays that those two quarterbacks had were those types of plays where they're like, you know what? I don't like that call. We're going to do this instead. And it usually worked. So,
well, you know, also Jim's that type of a coach, right? Where he's very hands-on, and you follow what he says, right? So I think Cade kind of had to play that role at Michigan, right? Is that fair to say?
Well,
With the type of coach that Jim Harbaugh is?
Antoine had a good point here. Cade McNamara is extremely safe with the football. He doesn't take chances. That's a knock on him. At Iowa,
Exactly.
that might be a strength, because if you think about it, really,
He fits in well in Iowa.
You've got to limit mistakes, because your defense is going to get you 14, 16 points a game.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Mm-hmm.
So just don't mess it up and throw to the tight ends, which we know that Cade is good at. And I think Cade, and I told this to you, Erica, I think Cade can get you one or two clutch plays to actually win a game that you might otherwise have not won with Petrus or Padilla. Like Penn State, I think, could be a situation like that.
Well,
where
we won Penn State with Spencer, so I think we can win Penn State with Cade.
Yeah. Even at Beaver,
I don't think it's a shoo-in. I think it's going to be a game. I think it's going to be, we need to have a
That's
damn
going to
good
be a
game.
tough one.
It's going to be tough, but I think it's feasible.
See,
that's going to be real tough for Iowa to win, I think.
Well,
that's where I was saying, the concern is, what if Cade has an amazing season with horrible play calling, right?
See, that's exactly right. That's a very
possible. Happy Valley is crazy, man.
That might be the danger of because like the Ericas of the world, and apparently a lot of the fans that want the Brian gone and the Ferentz is gone. Cade and Eric all coming in might cover up some of the lack of coaching ability.
Yeah, and there are fans who are I don't want to say nervous, but kind of conflicted. Like, they want Brian gone, right? But they know, just like you said, that Cade could hide Brian's shortcomings. And if your not main goal, but you know what I mean? If the people want him gone, Cade could come in the way of that in a way, which it benefits us, but it doesn't. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, and that's why I asked the question, if Cade is willing to go against play calls.
I would say no. If I don't, from what I've seen, I know that what was it? He seems like not the personality to challenge a coach. I may be wrong. I know that you know Michigan better than I do, but I don't see him challenging Brian on calls. Going, hey,
I don't
see that personality. You can see it?
I can see it. And furthermore, I think there's a world in which Brian Ferentz knows that he was basically gifted an extra year that he shouldn't have had.
Right.
And if he knows what's good for him, he will let Cade run the Michigan playbook. Eric Gall knows it. Luke Lachey will pick it up. And I'm not saying it's going to be as complex. I don't think they're going to be doing the double passes or anything like we did in the 2021 Big Ten championship game. But I do think like the basic Michigan playbook would work very well. In terms of running it up, in terms of basic slants and basic tight end option and things like that. Yeah. I think that would work really well for you guys. And if I were Brian Ferentz, I would eat a little bit of humble pie, realize that I'm here because my dad is the head coach, and basically just let Cade run the Michigan offense and you utilize Petrus as a QB coach as well.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yeah. And honestly, I know. Look, he's proven he can't do anything on the field. No one's going to argue that. But I can actually see him being a very good coach. I know that sounds strange.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you.
Sometimes the best coaches, they know the fundamentals of football, but if you put them on the field, they can't do it. And I think that's exactly what Spencer is.
Like Erica was saying earlier, Ferentz is he's a god in Iowa, man.
He is.
It's going to take a hell of a lot to get rid of that guy. I mean, they love him in Iowa. He's a legend. So it would take a lot for them to get rid of him.
And the problem is that Gary Barta has decided that he's okay with the mediocrity as long as those rich donors are giving. I mean, and look, let's be honest, Kirk runs Iowa. It's not Gary Barta who runs the athletic program. It's Kirk. Everybody knows it. It's not rocket science here. Everybody, even if you're not a fan or you don't follow Iowa, everybody knows it. He's the longest, playing coach in the league right now, I think. Like, not just in the Big Ten, but I think in the entire league.
Yeah.
So
I think you're right.
Yeah. So I mean, no, it's not a secret. Everybody knows that he's the dean of college football. They say that every game like 15 times.
Well, I think the fear will always be, and I've heard it mentioned even here, and I thought about it, it's what happened to Nebraska, right?
Oh God, don't.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, that is the other extreme. That is the other extreme.
That's always going to be in their mind when they're thinking about
the rule.
With our
That's a
defense,
great point.
we will not be Nebraska. There is no way we're going.
Well,
to be
I think what he's saying is like once Ferentz, like if Ferentz was ever retired or booted or whatever, that someone would come in like a Scott Frost at Nebraska and basically tank the program.
See, I don't know. Like, I've thought about that too, and I think we're taking a risk if we got rid of Kirk for sure. I think there are those fans who are they hate Brian, but they're still Kirk faithful. So those fans, that percentage won't be happy. But it would depend. I mean, we'd have to see who's on the market as far as coaches go at the time too, to be fair. I think if we're the right coach, I don't think we'd become Nebraska.
Right.
It depends.
I mean, who would you get? Who would you get that would come to Iowa and could recruit? I mean, even if they kept it at that recruit, I mean, we're talking USC. Look at our recruiting classes, right?
Yeah, but Iowa, you have to understand though, like Iowa, and I think you're alluding to this, Iowa's not a blue blood, unless you're someone who usually someone who's from Iowa, like Xavier Wampa, perfect example. He could have gone anywhere he wanted, and he chose Iowa. Another example, AJ Epinesa from a few years ago from our defensive side. He too could have gone anywhere he wanted. He chose Iowa because his dad played for Iowa. So, there's that. But I think as well, a lot of fans want to see one of the current coaches become the head coach. So like LeVar Woods, who's our special teams guy, he's a special teams coach. A lot of people could see him doing it, and I could see him doing it. I think he'd be a very good head coach. He's got the energy. He is good at recruiting. He's got the personality. He has like a winning mindset. Like he's constantly wanting, talking about how he wants to win. And I think he would be fantastic. So I think there's that possibility. There's other scenarios like people talked about Mark Stoops coming from Kentucky.
I was going to say Mark Stoops would be my choice.
I'm not sure. You know what? I was on the Mark Stoops train a lot, and I still wouldn't be against him coming to Iowa if Kirk were to leave. I'm not against it. But seeing how it's gone with Kentucky, I'm not. And DeReal, if he's on here, he's going to kill me.
I was going to say, DeReal, come on in and talk about Mark Stoops and his fit for Iowa.
Yeah,
I would love that.
I would like to hear his perspective.
I don't know if he's in here.
If he's here, please call in. If you're here, DeReal, call in.
Jesus, DeReal lost again. Oh my God.
But seeing how Mark has done at Kentucky, I'm not certain that he's the right guy for the job. And it pains me to say it because I love the Stoops brothers, but I'm not. I mean, I think it would end up maybe okay, but I don't think it would be a big improvement.
So would you take your special teams coach over Mark Stoops or Paul Christ? Paul Christ was another one that I was kind of thinking.
It's funny you bring up Paul because a lot of people were thinking that if Brian were to leave, which there was a point where a lot of people thought he was, because there was a whole thing where Bill O'Brien came back to New England in the NFL, and the word on the street was he needed a TE coach. And as I said before, Brian has proven that he is a good tight ends coach. So people thought that he would leave Iowa to go work for Bill O'Brien because there's the Iowa connection there. He worked for Hayden Fry. So a lot of people thought that was going to be it with Brian being here, but that didn't end up happening, unfortunately. But in any case, so yeah, as far as who I would want, I would like to see LeVar Woods become the head coach, I think. Because I think he has a winning attitude. The only hesitation I have is I don't think he has a lot of experience offensively. Like, he doesn't have the well-rounded experience, I guess is what I want to say, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I mean, it would depend. And as far as Paul Christ goes from Wisconsin, a lot of people are saying that Brian left to the NFL, that Kirk would hire him on to become offensive coordinator, which I wasn't sure when Corey brought that up in his channel. I wasn't sure about that. I just kind of hadn't thought of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I was like, you know what, that could work. That would work better than Brian Ferentz, I think. Regardless, I mean, put aside the nepotism, I think that would have been better.
We're here on the Voice of College Football, Big Ten Live, 8 p.m. block, which we tend to bring in lots of callers to hang out together and talk Big Ten football on this block a lot. Don't forget that Iowa Hawkeyes Live is Tuesdays 5:30 with the famous Corey Bratta from Hawkeye the Storm. And of course, Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, do that show together. And it's a must watch every week.
Yeah, it's very good. A lot of Hawkeyes are on there. So join us if you would like. I do want to comment on what Antoine Johnson is saying here. He says, hiring Wisconsin coach Paul, it's like hiring Kurt's Lama's son. First of all, his name's not Kurt. We've been talking about this for an hour and a half or something. His name is Kirk with a K, okay? Yeah. If you're going to be insulting, at least get it right. And secondly, you know what? Paul would be better than Brian Ferentz. I know it's not a huge upgrade. It's no big upgrade, but it would be better than Brian Ferentz. He has experience. Brian Ferentz is not an offensive coordinator. He's not quarterbacks coach. He's not an offensive coordinator. And Wisconsin offense is usually better than ours. So it would be an upgrade.
Yeah, I think Paul Christ would be I think a monkey would be a better offensive I think my dog would be a better offensive coordinator than Brian Ferentz. But if you're looking at actual people, Paul Christ is definitely in the short list that I would be considering for sure.
I always said my pinky would be a better offensive coordinator than Brian. That's just me, you know.
I see. Jason just came back.
Knowing a little bit about the program, I think if once Kirk retires, I think he's retired. I don't see him getting fired. I think they would hire a coordinator, a defensive coordinator at the time. But I you know what? Lance Leopold's name, I think, could come up. And you know who? I would always look at Elko. He's winning at Duke.
Yeah, winning at Duke is Duke, that's pretty impressive.
Coach.
So you're thinking of you're thinking of coaches that have thrived in places that normally suck.
Yeah, well, that don't have access to
criteria.
Yeah.
Got it. I mean, like I said before, I watch Iowa football. I don't know on a national scale, except the really obvious people like who's who. I don't know. But I feel like we need somebody who's going to modernize the scheme. And I feel like we need a head coach who's more offensive minded because frankly, defense, if Kirk with a K leaves, Phil Parker will probably leave, unfortunately, because they're friends. And the only reason Phil stays at Iowa is because of his friendship with Kirk. I'm certain of that. So I think the defense will attract somebody on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not worried about it. If Phil leaves, we will attract somebody who's good at defense. I'm not worried about it. But I think we need someone who's an offensive mind to be head coordinator because we need to remake or redo the entire thing. And that's not going to happen under Kirk, period. We all know it. And the only way it's going to happen is if we bring in somebody who has an offensive mind. And the sad part is Kirk is supposed to have an offensive mind. The issue with it is his mind is stuck in the 1990s. So we need to bring someone who has a modern offensive mind.
Well, look at what's happening at Wisconsin. Okay, this is a perfect example of what you're saying. Wisconsin obviously goes and hires Luke Fickell, who was the first one to ever win a to get to a playoff game as a G5 school. That's extremely impressive.
Yeah.
He brings in Phil Longo as OC, bringing in air raid concepts mixed with the traditional run game that Wisconsin normally has run. They've always had a strong run game, but with an air raid concept mixed in, I think Wisconsin's going to be in a year or two, they're going to be like a extremely difficult opponent.
And I think Iowa could be like a Wisconsin and end up that way too. It's just we don't have the right minds in the building. I see Troy V here says, I hear Scott Frost is available.
How about that one?
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, how about
Nebraska had that same idea.
I don't think you're that
Iowa, listen. Iowa fans will protest if Frosty is the guy who comes to Iowa. We don't want him.
Well, you know what?
Nebraska's one of our arch enemies. We don't want him.
He would not be a bad person to hire as an offensive coordinator.
I don't know if
he
I
would
buy
be
that
great.
seeing what he did. I don't know.
I would no. He was
The
a good
Navy
OC at
quarterback.
Oregon.
Yeah, at
He was a
Oregon,
good
yeah.
OC at Oregon.
He did
When
fantastic
was
in
that?
Oregon.
A while, a couple of years back.
Yeah,
at
and
this
then,
point,
Well,
He's not a
might
good
have
head
Kirk-
coach. Maybe quarterback
2010-ish.
coach or
So,
OC.
okay.
While
So
back.
we're gonna upgrade the offensive game by 20 years, maybe. Okay. I mean, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. And Iowa fans won't want that. I'm sorry to say, I don't think we would want Nebraska's rejected head coach.
Well,
Sorry,
also,
Cole, I'm sorry if you're still listening.
oh yeah,
I
Cole. Yeah, we
apologize.
love you, Cole.
I
Antoine, we
apologize.
love you too. But here's the thing. Yeah, I think Scott. Here's what I think happened with Scott Frost, and Cole can correct. Cole's the Nebraska expert that I think is somewhere, or John could call in again from Core Nation or any other Nebraska person who's around. But what I think happened there, Scott Frost worked at UCF because he was able to recruit the talent for his system that worked really well.
That much I will say. He's a good recruiter.
And the style of offense that he runs is a up-tempo, spread offense that requires that type of player, really speedy players. So it's definitely a very like air it out type offense. In Nebraska, I don't think he was able to recruit the players for his system that he was able, and also the culture just went to crap. So that was another big problem. But I think that was the initial problem, is he was struggling to recreate the success of UCF because his offense just wasn't working in the Big Ten West. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To bring Dr. C back in the conversation, that's one thing I'm also fascinated about, is that, a lot of people will say that Big Ten is like a strong defensive conference, and there's a lot of defensive power in the Big Ten. And it's like I said before, USC kind of seems to be the opposite of that at the moment as things stand. So I'm just kind of curious as to how that's going to play out. Do you have any opinions on that?
I think they're going to figure it out. I mean, USC, I still remember USC from, of course, their great days. That defense, their defense were phenomenal. They just recruited solidly Southern California, and they'd bring in, of course, 4 and 5 stars. But that's going to be fixed.
Phenomenal.
I mean, USC is one of those, it's an elite program. It's a blue blood. It gets, when they got the sanctions, it crippled the program, right? No one had ever gotten the sanctions that USC had. They tried to bury that program. But I mean, it's in Southern California. There is no cooler place in the country, in the world, really, than Southern California. If you go out there, so the recruits want to go there. We have huge NIL deals. I mean, USC is going to be a powerhouse from here on out. I really do believe so. So I think when they join the Big Ten, they're going to be very good defensively, and it's just going to get better. I really do believe that. And
Jason, did you just say you don't think that USC is a blue blood? Yeah.
I mean, no disrespect. And me and Tim had a talk about this too. I think USC is going to be very competitive in the Big. I just don't see it right away because, their defense is not where it needs to be right now. And I think they're going to have a lot of trouble in the Big Ten. I think it's going to take at least 1 or 2 years before they're competing for a Big Ten title.
Yeah,
at least one, I would say.
It's going to definitely.
So right now,
Tim is going to jump in here in like 2 seconds.
They're capable of getting good players on defense, but right now it just there's no way you can tell me they're going to be competitive with that defense right now. There's no way.
Not right
the
now.
Defense is a struggle.
Yeah,
and
it's going to
teams
take
as well.
2 or 3 seasons, for us to really build that depth. But I mean, in the next 5 years, USC is going to be a contender for a title.
For sure. I don't think it's going to take 5 years. I think it might take 1 or 2 years, maybe. I don't think it's going to take that long.
Yeah. Well, we have a huge game next year in Vegas, opening the season against LSU. That's going to be a huge game.
In Vegas.
So I think that's the type of game where people are going to start seeing USC again, right? On national TV, they're going to be paying attention. USC is that has that prestige, right? It's a beautiful campus. Like I said, Southern California. Everyone wants to be there. There's NIL money. What if you are a 5-star? Would
Shoot,
you
I want
rather
to go.
play in
I want
Southern
to go watch a
California?
USC game versus Michigan. That'd be awesome.
I have a question. So, Lincoln Riley, for all of his, for any faults that he might have, no one can deny that he's really good at quarterbacks. He helps develop quarterbacks. He gets quarterbacks the Heisman. He gets quarterbacks NFL jobs. And we're talking like literally first-round draft pick bonus money that could be $20, $30 million, okay, right away. So he has that recruiting, kind of like gravitas behind him that he can get a lot of really top-tier quarterbacks because he has that track record. So Dylan Raiola is somebody that I've been looking at, and there's talk of maybe he goes to Nebraska because his dad has a legacy there. Maybe he goes to USC. If I were a quarterback, I would be jumping into USC so fast your head would spin, because I would like that sweet NFL bonus money and the NIL money that you'll get.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Yeah.
That's why I think Raiola is going to end up going to USC.
Yeah, I mean that's what they were doing in 2004, right? When with Reggie Bush and paying off his rent, and I remember the big joke on
oh Lord,
when they had the Jets on Hard Knocks, people were telling McKnight, they were saying, "You took a pay cut when you came to the NFL, didn't you?" So
yeah. Well, first,
I think NIL brought that back. Yeah.
Jason, what are you going to say?
I said shots fired.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I get that. So look, Matt Rule has shown himself to be a very, very competent. And I was saying this with John Johnston when he called in from Corn Nation, that basically, you've got yourself a really competent rebuild quarterback coach, or like coach in general, but also quarterback coach.
Yeah.
But basically, it's going to take like 3 years or 4 years to get that program. And is Dylan Raiola the type that's going to want to be in like a 6-6 team when he could be at USC next, really soon, and potentially light it up?
So the way I see this whole thing with Raiola, the more I hear about it, I only knew on the periphery about it before. Mm-hmm. The more I hear everyone talking about it and seeing it in chat tonight, it's like a Proctor situation. Let's be honest. Okay. Proctor was an Iowa kid. He committed to Iowa. He was committed to us for 6 months, and then he decided to go to Bama. And do I agree with the manner in which he did it? Obviously not. He kind of left us hanging. He was committed for so long. Then 2 or 3 days before signing day, he's like, nope, going to Bama. Obviously, I wasn't happy about it, but it's his choice, and I realize that, and I hold I wish him the best. I hold no bad feelings towards him. I harbor no bad feelings. But at the same time, going to Bama, as much as Iowa produces talent for the NFL, I can see where Bama would obviously be better for Proctor. And I feel like with Raiola, it's the same thing. It's obvious USC would be better for him versus Nebraska. Just because he has ties to Nebraska doesn't guarantee anything.
Right.
And that's why I was trying to explain to Cole earlier.
Well, that's what I was saying to Cole earlier. I wasn't trying to offend him or anything. He was talking about he thinks Raiola is going to commit to Nebraska. Well, I'm looking at Raiola's track record, and I'm looking at the schools that he wants to go to, and it's not looking good for Nebraska, in my opinion. He's looking at USC. He's looking at Georgia. He was looking at Ohio State. I mean, it's going to be hard to compete with those schools, man. Those are
the number
big-time
of visits
schools.
thing. Do you know how many times Proctor visited Iowa? Oh, my God.
I just don't see it.
Oh my God. He visited Iowa so many times. And the argument that one of the arguments Cole was making, and again, I don't want to sound like I'm coming off and hating Cole, because I actually really respect Cole. He knows a lot about football, and I don't mean any, bad ill to him or whatever. But look, Proctor visited Iowa, I don't even know how many times. Doesn't matter.
Who knows? He might shock us.
If Raiola wants to win a Heisman, is he going to go to Nebraska? I don't think so.
Hey, Dr. C, here's one for you. Longtime friend of the program, George, is here. and he's asking a question about. He's giving us a math problem.
Yeah.
So what is the average? We love you, George. What is the average number of miles of that all the sports teams in the Big Ten are going to have to fly every year because of USC and UCLA joining the conference? Is it like 100,000 miles? I think it is.
Uh-oh, George is in the house.
Man,
That sounds like a lot.
I'm jealous of those players, man. They're going to have mileage like no one's business.
What's up, George?
You know, and that's part of the reason. You know, I don't. You know, I wish the USC would have stayed with the Pac-12 and I wish football was regional, right?
Yeah, I
Because
miss that too.
we're talking about tradition right here, and tradition every day is going away more and more. I think, you know, in the past, people really hung on to their teams because that was the only thing on TV a lot of times, right?
Yeah.
So you'd only get to see your market's team. Rarely did you ever see someone outside of your market. Now kids have access to everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So this like Raiola kid, you know, if he was born in the 80s, he would have only seen Nebraska, right? Football. And he might have probably chosen it. But now, you know, with the internet, Twitter, NIL and everything, I think, and you see it with the teams. The USC going to the Big Ten makes absolutely no sense, right? And if you're a kid, I think about for the smaller sports, right? If you're, you know, playing water polo, yeah, and having to go to Ohio State when you've got to, you know, let's stop pretending that this is about education, right?
It's not. It's not. It's about money.
Yeah, I mean,
it's financial. It's 100% financial move.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I
what
think-
business? Yeah,
And it's
I
smart.
100%.
You can't be mad at USC for that.
no, and I see their point, but for the student athlete who's a soccer player having to go Ohio State, what about my classes and getting on a plane and traveling? It sounds fun, but at the same time, I don't know.
It'll be fun for the first game of the year, and then they're going to be so stinking exhausted between playing
Yeah,
athletics and doing schoolwork. They're not going to be playing well. Like it's so about the money.
Just
And
play
you know
all home
what?
games. They'll be all right.
I agree. I agree that tradition is going away from football. And, I wasn't thrilled when Rutgers joined the Big Ten either, or Maryland, like for that reason, and there's something to be said about the tradition of football that we're losing because money is winning, just like everything else in this world.
What about Cincinnati and the Big 12? I mean, how much sense does that make?
Yeah,
they had to get somebody.
Can we just get rid of Rutgers and Indiana from the Big Ten? That would be great.
Indiana, that's a harder sell.
Sorry,
and then get Oregon and
Rutgers,
Washington in here.
Jeffrey might be hanging out, only talk sports. He's an Indiana fan. I don't want to offend any Indiana or Rutgers fans, but I think what's eventually going to happen is two essentially like two super conferences.
Yeah.
And this might not happen. I'm not talking in the next 2 years. I'm talking this could take a decade, 2 decades. Yeah. But I just see that the Big Ten and the SEC are eventually going to gobble everybody up. Big Ten aligned with Fox, SEC aligned with ESPN. Amazon's going to hang in there.
Yeah.
For maybe a game a week.
It's coming.
Things like that.
Get ready.
It'll be
it has to happen. But you know what? Someone brought up a point. You need teams that you can beat up on as well. You can't have, I know it sounds awesome, but like if Florida State and Clemson joined the SEC, I mean,
true.
It's unfair to the player. You don't get a rest game, right?
You don't want to have a weak conference though either.
Yeah, but you need that Rutgers in Indiana to kind of help you highlight your players. In the past, it's kind of like boxing, right? You get all these nice KOs and you get ready and build up the games. Now there is no build up because all your players are beat up, right?
That's right, and they're exhausted because
then the SEC will be like, "Well, you guys play Rutgers and Indiana. This sucks."
Yeah,
but everybody, I mean, and every conference has their version of Rutgers and Indiana. That's just the reality. Every conference has.
I mean, but that's not like having the teams you want to quote unquote beat up. And no offense to Indiana or Rutgers fans or anybody, like that's not an argument to keep them in a conference. Like,
Well,
I don't know.
remember back in the day when Miami was in the Big East? And I mean, they just plowed through those Big East teams, right? And then they go into a national championship fresh, right? Because they're beating up, Boston College and who else was in the Temple, right? While the team in the SEC had to play Bama, Georgia, LSU, Florida. You're not the same after those games, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Antoine did make a good point here.
Antoine.
It's about that research, and our friend Tony Altimore brings this up a lot. Who does a lot of our wonderful graphics all over, and Antoine is saying the same thing. It's about that research money.
Well, take a look at Stanford. They win national championships in anything but
That's why we're
football,
trying
right?
to get Stanford in college.
Yeah.
I love Stanford, though. I love the tree.
Yeah.
No, but joking aside, like, I don't know. It's becoming less about the game, more about the money. We all know this, and that's just the capitalist world we live in, that everything is so much about the money all the time. And it's a shame we're losing tradition through that.
Erica, the college football is becoming the NFL, sadly.
Yeah,
I know,
eventually.
I know.
Yeah.
But with this point from Antoine, I wanted to bring up something else about the Big Ten.
Wait, before you do that, I'm sorry. So Tim is back, and I think he probably wants to make a comment or two about USC and the Big Ten. I'm just thinking.
His ears perked up as soon as someone called up.
I'm just thinking that might be possible.
No,
I
not
know.
at all.
What's
No,
going on,
I
Tim?
called in. What's up, Dr. C? No, I called in because I wanted to speak to the famous Erica.
Hey!
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah. Shots fired.
I'm a big fan of Erica turning. I think she should be the voice of Iowa football. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't want to throw Corey here. He's
yeah.
awesome.
Corey and Erica could be on there. Yeah.
We'll let Corey. He can co-host. We'll let him. We'll let him ride your coattails, Erica. Don't worry.
No, Corey's great at what he does. I don't want to take away his. Yeah,
he's cool. He's great.
I got a question for Tim, which Erica asked me earlier in the broadcast, and I don't know if you heard it, but I know you know way more about it than I do. As far as USC's defense, and how do you see it going into the Big Ten? And I told her, Grinch, it's a do or die season. He had no one this season. Next season, this season coming up, he has to show that he's the man for the job, right? How do you feel that's fair that this season it's it, or do you think he gets another one just because the talent pool he had was so poor?
Look, I don't know. I said that every year that Heltons get fired for about 4 years in a row. So what do I know about coaching decisions and changes? But if he doesn't get his act together, yeah, I would imagine unless they have a top 50 at defense, top 50, and we're not shooting too high here. Top 50 defense, I could see them making a move. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can say that about Iowa.
I think Grinch is in his last season. If it's put up or shut up for him, I think.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say. Listen, they brought in some pieces, and it's where I had some questions. And if that's the personnel you had, why were you leaving guys out of island? If you couldn't get disruption in the backfield, a pass rush, they could not get a consistent pass rush all year. Why were you leaving guys on islands? Why were there so many explosives, right? There are a lot of reasons there you could question no matter what he did. And you can say, oh, well, he didn't have the players. But a lot of the teams we were playing didn't have 5-star players. So, again, that's not too much of an excuse.
That's Erica's point about Iowa's defense being so solid with just 3 stars, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know, Tim, if you heard me talking about it, but all of our guys who are going to the NFL draft, all of them are 3 stars except for Riley Moss, who was a 2-star. And we saw how awesome they ended up being in the defensive side of the ball.
But don't you play in the Big Ten West?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yes, they are. Okay.
Yeah, we do. And that's,
Mark and I always go back and forth on that. Is it a function of? So I do think it's a great defense. I think Iowa's always shown that they do.
Oh yeah.
They're like.
We were number 2 last year, only after Georgia.
Yeah, they do. Well, yeah, they do a lot more with less, and there's a lot of development. And clearly, whatever schemes they're running, are working, right? So I'm not here to say anything about that, but I think Iowa's gonna be fine. I don't know. I mean, I think that might surprise people this year, even with that guy at offensive coordinator. So
Brian Ferentz, yeah. I mean, maybe. Who knows, right?
you hope
That
that JJ
guy,
effect.
Brian Ferentz.
Man, if he made royalties after all the times I've said his name, he wouldn't have to be offensive coordinator anymore.
Right. He could just sit on his butt and collect royalties.
That's right.
Which is probably what he should do. Is find a bet. Yeah, I'm really surprised. And this is, I know some people don't want to hear about Brian Ferentz, so I won't talk too long about it.
Yeah,
but I'm really surprised that I'm really surprised that Kirk wasn't able to get Brian like an NFL bench warmer job at the Patriots or something. Like just get him out of there.
Well, listen, you know,
maybe they need a water boy in Indianapolis.
The other part of the equation is that there was that lawsuit going on.
Yeah.
So now that's been settled, and that whole thing is a whole nother. I don't want to get into it. I just don't have the energy.
Yeah.
But that's another strike against that Brian had. Now that that's over, perhaps next season, like he'll get to be somewhere else. You know,
Erica, maybe you just need to tell him that his dad's really rich and life as a trust fund baby is not exactly as bad as people make it out to sound. You know, he can just
I don't think he's going to listen to
a little traveling, buy a mansion somewhere, right? He'd be okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. But I just don't think he's going to listen to Erica Goldberg, an alumna from Illinois. I just don't think he would care.
Well, he should.
That's right. Damn straight.
He should. Well, maybe you and Corey can get together and convince him.
Yeah, we could try. We'll try.
So just a reminder, y'all, we've got a lot of folks in here. We're talking about stuff. So definitely, if you want your comment, bump to the top and we'll talk about it. Send a super chat. Always helps, even $1.99, whatever. And we'll put your comment and question up and we'll talk about it on air.
Well, John, I saw our friend DeReal MVP was in the chat.
Yes.
And I love to hear what he has to say about Mark Stoops.
Hey, DeReal.
Yeah, get on the chat there, DeReal.
Want to talk Mark Stoops?
I would love.
You're always so talkative when I'm not here.
I'm not being smart or facetious. I want to hear what you think about him coming to Iowa and you think he would be effective or not.
Hey, I'm always up for a DeReal MVP chat, but he might be busy.
I promise not to bring up the game that we beat you in. I promise.
That did come up last time. I do remember that. I do remember that.
It did a few times. It was my fault. I won't do it this time if he calls him.
Yeah, DeReal's a character for sure.
It's interesting because we brought up the Big Ten West and what we're thinking is going to happen is that the divisions will no longer be divisions after 2023. I don't know if that's been officially confirmed, but that's what I believe is going to happen.
I don't think it's official yet.
So that could really mix things up because already the Big Ten West is going to be better in 2023 with Luke Fickell, Matt Rule, Cade McNamara. And
I don't think it can get any worse than it is now.
Well, we used to call it the McDonald's Playhouse in the Big Ten West because you had Iowa, you had Wisconsin, and you had a bunch.
Purdue's going to be a mess this year after they lost everyone. So.
Yeah, Purdue. I'm interested. If there's any Purdue fans in the chat, I'd love to hear from them because I would love to hear what they think is going to happen now that their head coach is gone and that Charlie Jones, my ex-guy from Iowa, what's going to happen now that he's gone.
Yeah, he was gone, man. He went to Louisville real quick. He's in Kentucky now.
But haven't they been saying for years that he'd be going to Louisville if that job ever opened up?
That's his home state, though. That's where he wanted to go.
That's right. But I would love to hear from Purdue fans because I don't have a lot of perspective on Purdue. I don't know much about them. And I'd love to know what a fan would think is going to happen next to them since they lost their head coach. They lost arguably their two biggest pieces on offense. I would love to hear what's going to happen to them.
Well, he knew he couldn't get any better than where he was at Purdue. So I'm pretty sure that had a lot to do with him leaving too. So
yeah,
he knew he was at his peak with that team. So
DeReal says he imagines that Purdue fans are still recovering from losing to FDU from basketball. I think that's
all right. I'm gonna have to jet. I gotta get dinner.
All right.
But thank you so much. This was awesome.
We're happy to do it, and just know we like to especially the 8 o'clock hour, sometimes we'll have on 4 or 5 people and chop it up, and it's always a good time.
Oh yeah, and hopefully the real calls in, because I know Tim really enjoys talking to him.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those battles put like undisputed Skip and Shannon to shame.
I think everyone
enjoy
knows talking
those.
to the real.
As Lane Kiffin would say, grab your popcorn.
There you go. All right. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Dr.
Take care.
C.
Bye.
See ya.
So DeReal, please call in.
Yes, we'd love to chat with you. And then don't forget that in less than an hour, USC Trojans Live is going to be happening with Mark and also Matt Zemek, which I watch every week because even though I'm a Michigan fan, I still think it's really interesting stuff. So Alex, I'm going to bring you back in because I think we'll have you rejoin the party here. All right, Alex, welcome back.
Hi, Alex.
Hey, what's going on?
Good. We're chatting some Big Ten still. We're hitting all the teams basically. USC, Iowa. We talked Ohio State earlier. We love it. So
we haven't talked
much
about Maryland. Are there any Maryland fans out there?
There's one. Michael Wheatley hangs out. So I'd love for him to call in sometime. My original plan was going to be do schedule previews, and then this just got to be so much fun that I just kept it going. But Maryland is in that weird position where they're in the Big Ten East, and if they were in another division at another conference, they would probably be a 9-win team, maybe 10-win team with Taulia Tagovailoa. So I think that they're in a situation where they have these elite schools, Michigan, Ohio State. I would put Penn State in the elite category. You guys can correct me if you don't think so, but at least from a recruiting perspective, I think they're up there. And Maryland has to contend with those schools every year, and it's tough. And they tend to also get injured after September. Like there's this whole thing about like the September Maryland. You don't want to be playing September Maryland, like as Texas found out, and other schools. Michigan almost lost to them. That's what I would say. That the Maryland program, I think they've been elevated a bit from what they were under like Durkin and coaches like that, but it's still going to be, I think, a 7-win, 8-win program just because of how difficult that division is.
Yeah, and when we played them, like not last year, but the year before, I mean, we massacred them. Our defense killed them. So yeah, I'm not going to say Iowa's 100% elite, but our defense is, and they did not play well against us.
Yeah, so Maryland has some really difficult opponents here to start with. The Towson Tigers, the Charlotte 49ers, the Virginia. I don't know. The Virginia Virginia's actually okay. I mean, this schedule does get really tough though. When you get, even Michigan State at Spartan Stadium's not easy usually. Indiana is, I think they're going to go 3-9 this year, just because I just think they're in a situation where they're going to have to just rehaul everything. But yeah, they have to face Ohio State. They have to face Illinois, which has been ascending. They have Penn State.
Though, honestly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, you go for it.
I need to be convinced with Illinois because, and it's so weird because I live in Illinois. I'm from Illinois. I'd like to say that, but they had a great year last year, but they've lost a lot of their pieces. So I'm curious to know. I feel that this year is, I don't want to say do or die, but I feel like they have something to prove, like that they can keep it up.
I'm gonna say 5-7 for Maryland this year.
A Damn Beast Media, we always love you and appreciate you, and thank you for supporting us. I was on the fence about calling Penn State elite. I don't know if you heard.
Don't throw around the word elite like recruiting services. Throw around 5-star ratings.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Penn State's on that bubble between, I feel like, being elite in terms of recruiting. They get 5-star talent. James Franklin just is not a great in-game head coach. He's a fantastic recruiter. And so that's where I kind of struggled. But, compared to, I think they're on the top end of the Big Ten East. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I also, I don't, like I said, I'm not the most knowledgeable about other teams besides Iowa and a few of the other Big Ten West teams. But when I've seen him in a press conference, I don't feel that he handles press that well either. I don't know. I mean, I know that's not a huge deal in the big grand scheme of things, but yeah.
Yeah, let's look at Penn. So Penn State, I actually have at 9-3.
Okay,
So if we look at Penn State, obviously you've got you start right away with West Virginia, and I talked to Joey Foster about this one, and he thinks Penn State's gonna win. I was giving him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt where it could, maybe West Virginia can come, but at Beaver Stadium, it's probably going to be a Penn State win. Then you've got the Delaware Blue Hens, so everybody can get right. They can get some practice in against the Delaware Blue Hens, and then you have some real and then you start to get into the tougher opponents already. Illinois is not easy. They're going to lose a lot of talent from last year's squad, but they're still going to have a good defense.
I think they've got something to prove. I'm not sold on that Illinois team.
Yeah. This could be a crazy situation where like Illinois beats Penn State and you guys Illinois beats Penn State, or Penn State beats Illinois, and then you guys beat Penn State. It could be one of those things where those two games could go either way. It's basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because again, Illinois is at Illinois. It could be one of those things where we trade away and away, where even though they're away games, like the away people win both. Northwestern, they're gonna crush that one.
Well, going back to the Illini, I'm not convinced that their stadium it's not Kinnick. I mean, I'm sorry to sound snotty, but
I agree. There aren't very many that are like Kinnick.
I guess.
That have that magic of, especially at night. You got your UMass Minutemen in here. So obviously you got, but I think they could drop. I already said that you were going to probably win the game, Erica. So that's one loss right there. And then I think they're going to also drop to Ohio State at Ohio Stadium. They're gonna lose that one, but it's gonna be a competitive game. It always is. James Franklin, the one thing he does do is he does know how to keep it competitive against Ohio State in the situations.
Isn't that weird? I mean, they're not the biggest team, but you're right. They're always competitive against the Buckeyes. Always. It's weird.
I'm gonna say 10-2 for Penn State, maybe 9-3.
So my prediction is 9-3. I think Jason, you just said maybe 10-2. Yeah,
9-3 or 10-2.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be 9-3. I just think until they prove otherwise, I don't think they can beat Michigan and Ohio State this year. Now, once you get Drew Aller some more experience in 2024. That could change. Now we do have to play them at Beaver, and so those of you who are Oklahoma State people, but yeah, so I think that does give a little bit of advantage, but we might get saved because if Michigan and Penn State are both top 10 teams at that point, then they'll probably give big noon kickoff to that game, which saves Michigan from having to play Beaver Stadium at night.
Yeah.
And so I'm seeing 9-3 all over this. I don't know.
And then Rutgers and Michigan State. Well, Rutgers we already know. I mean.
Yeah, those are both dubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll beat both of them pretty easily.
The run game alone is gonna go a hot knife through butter through Rutgers, and Michigan State. I think their defense is a little bit better-ish. It depends on what happens with their personnel and offense. If they can find some answers, because they really haven't found answers since Kenneth Walker. So I don't know. I just think I think that they're in for a. I think I gave them like a 6-6 or 5-7. I just think they're going to have another year of kind of crappy play, and then we'll see what happens after that.
A damn Beast Media says that Franklin is a fraud. Franklin is a fraud till he proves otherwise, and you are spot on, Ray Franklin in the media.
Yeah, I think you're. I mean, I'm gonna. Damn Beast. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. I'm gonna massively agree with that one, because basically his entire career he owes his entire career to a fluke play. Well, I mean, he did well at Vandy. I'll give him that. But at Penn State, he's still there because of a fluke, basically a fluke win against Ohio State to win the Big Ten championship in 2016, and Saquon Barkley. So Franklin should give some checks, send them in the mail or electronically to Saquon, because I think he owes some of his success to that situation and the 2016 game.
Jason O says the Penn State disrespect is real.
He's a great recruiter, and I've said that repeatedly. He's a fantastic recruiter, but his in-game decisions are just not great sometimes.
Well, in 2016 with Saquon Barkley, he dropped the game that he probably should have won. They choked down the stretch.
What did you say, Tim? I didn't hear you.
I don't know. Someone's talking. I couldn't. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, Franklin will always get out coached. I mean, but he also has a historical tendency of winning a game he probably shouldn't sometimes. And so, I think there was if you remember the Michigan game from this past year, Michigan was dominating in every single aspect of that game except just a couple crazy plays had Penn State ahead, basically. And then obviously Michigan's superiority reigned in the second half. But Franklin is known for some of those like just wacky, out of nowhere type of situations.
And then Todd Grin also said he sees the Penn State hater, hears it. I mean, listen, Todd, I don't know if you're a Penn State fan, but call in. Convince us otherwise. Call in.
Yeah, man. We always love, and I know there's been a Penn State fan or two commenting in the chat. We'd love to. I would love to get more school perspectives that we don't hear as much. We always hear Michigan. We always hear Ohio State. Yeah, go for it.
I'll throw something about Penn State. Who's the running back? Not Nicholson or whatever. The other guy. What's the other running back for Penn State?
You mean Singleton?
Not Singleton. The other one.
Is that the one you? Okay.
The other one. This guy. I saw him on YouTube. Oh my God, he is amazing. I'm gonna say honestly, probably close to the best back in college football. That Penn State's back. I forget his name. He's amazing.
Oh, Allen, Katron Allen.
Katron. He is out of control. Have you seen him? He's amazing.
Yep. Yep.
He's amazing. He's scary. Yeah. I feel like, wow. Like I know Ohio, I know us, I know how we work, and we're going to be sleeping in that game. I just know it. And Katron is going to shove it up our rear ends. I know it. I just know it. And then Drew is like, what a runner. My God, he can run. He can really run. Have you seen him run?
Yes.
Yeah. Penn State is going to be that. We're going to be like, oh yeah, whatever, and just get smacked in the face. I know. I can see it.
I didn't see much of him in the Michigan game though. Where was he?
Which one? Who in the Michigan game? Which one?
The one where Michigan smacked Penn State in the mouth. I think 41-17. I remember, if I remember right.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Was Katron Allen playing?
Coleman Edwards had 418 yards rushing. You remember that game?
Was Katron playing during that game or not?
I think so. I think they both were playing.
Oh, okay. All right. So then there we go. So I guess they're not a team at all, but but I don't know.
Says, how do they see Illinois beating them? Well, actually, I said I don't think Illinois is going to beat them. I think the Illini have stuff to prove this year because they're losing so many people, and a lot of those people they're losing are their strong players. So I don't necessarily agree that Illinois is going to beat them. And also, Argra, if you're a fan of Penn State, do call in to educate us. We want to hear.
Right.
Katron Allen got 16 rushing yards in the Michigan game.
Well,
What was that?
I'm not taking anything away from the guy. He's talented.
He is talented.
They're both talented. They're both really good running backs.
And Michigan has a really good running defense. So
I think they might.
And Michigan's defense is insane. Yeah.
Wait, Alex, you said something interesting. Were you the one who said you're worried that Penn State was going to get one over on Ohio State?
You know us. We're in, Michigan and Penn State that's the Achilles heel, those two teams. So something will happen. We'll take no-dos before the game, and we'll just be idiots. You know it. That's how we are.
Well, that game in Happy Valley is going to be crazy this year for Michigan for sure.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, that is going to be
yeah.
the ratings of that game are going to be through the roof. Everyone in the world's going to watch that.
That's why I think it's going to be big noon kickoff, and Michigan will get saved from having to play Beaver Stadium at night.
Yeah, let's hope, John. Let's hope it's not a whiteout for sure.
That game is going to be insane. Penn State is going to have so much to prove.
Yeah, it looks like a friend of the program, the real MVP, is calling in. Now, I do want to just preface this. We're gonna go another 10, 20 minutes, and then I do have to wrap because we have to let the USC show kind of get set up. So we're gonna go another 10, 20 minutes, and then we're gonna wrap. But here we go. Here is the real MVP, everybody.
Parents, if you have young children, please take them out of the room right now. We cannot. Anyway, go ahead, Darrell.
Oh,
Hey,
no, I
Jarrell.
was just watching the end of the Miami-Indiana women's basketball game. Tell you what, March Madness has affected the women's side as well.
Indiana lost?
Yes, Indiana lost 70-68.
No way. Oh, wow. I thought Indiana was going to go all the way.
Yeah, that's not a good look for the Big Ten in both either the men's and women's side of basketball this year, just taking their lump.
Hey, I'm happy for Iowa.
Big Ten, man.
I'm happy
Purdue
for Iowa women this year.
Yeah, the Iowa women they struggled against a good Georgia team, a 10-seeded Georgia team. So
well, Georgia also, I don't know if you watched the game or not, and I know this isn't a basketball show, so I won't go on about it, but they played dirty the last few minutes because they knew they were losing. It was just so obvious. But anyway, Darrell, I wanted to ask, we were talking earlier, I don't know if you heard this part of the show, but we were talking about Iowa, and we were talking about when Kirk eventually leaves, who would be some candidates to replace him, and Mark Stoops was brought up, and I wanted to get your opinion if you think that Mark Stoops would do good at Iowa as head coach.
if you saw Kentucky before Mark Stoops is there, you would understand. I believe he can do good at literally anywhere in the country. Literally anywhere. Literally anywhere.
You're going to have to educate me because I never watched
he's a good coach.
football.
Kentucky, the year before Mark Stoops was there, lost to Vanderbilt by 40.
Vanderbilt, even I know that's not good.
By 40.
Wow.
Kentucky, oh my gosh. Kentucky historically has been Vanderbilt. If you take the last 5 games away that Mark Stoops has won, or the last 6 because Vanderbilt won the last one, Kentucky is 500 against Vanderbilt. Kentucky is not a historically good football program at all. They are.
Jason asked Darrell, what about UMass? Because Don Brown is, I believe, currently head coach of UMass.
Listen. I think Mark Stoops can, if give him the years, he can make any team in the country bowl eligible. Okay, literally any team.
Well, Iowa's already bowl eligible without him. So do you think he would bring anything to Iowa? Or not
I think
really?
Iowa can win a New Year's Six bowl game with Mark Stoops at head coach.
What the heck with this?
I'm not trolling.
Tim's got the soundboard going.
I don't know who that was, but that was hilarious.
I might actually agree with Darrell on this one. I think he might be able to.
Well, we have one. I think we have one. We did. Did we win the one? No, we didn't. Anyway, I don't remember the history of it, but
he almost took Kentucky in 2018. They were at the bowl game right before the New Year's Six bowl with the Citrus Bowl, and they beat a Sean Clifford Penn State team. Listen, Penn State is a great football team, and for Kentucky in any year to beat Penn State, just to even be mentioned with Penn State shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you think it would be an improvement? Do you think he'd be better than Kirk?
I think.
You're not going to hurt my feelings. If you say he's better than Kirk, you're not going to hurt my feelings. So
I think he's better than Kirk because he doesn't have emotional ties to people.
Kirk's too old fashioned, man. He's old school. That's the issue.
See, that's my hesitation exactly because Kirk is old school enough, and if Mark is also old school, that makes me hesitate.
Okay, so Kentucky had an offensive coordinator, Rich Scangarella, and he underperformed. I'll put it bluntly, he underperformed. You've never seen a slower offense probably in your entire life than Rich Scangarella, what he was doing. And Kentucky would either – that's why they lost to Vanderbilt, because you would wait till 5 seconds to run a play. You allow any team basically to be competitive against Kentucky. So Mark Stoops fired him after 1 year. And I think if he brought that to Iowa, they would be good.
That's really good to hear that he at least would have the guts to fire somebody.
Yeah,
isn't that nice? Isn't that nice when that happens and you actually, clean house if things aren't working?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Where's the sound effect?
Yeah, Iowa hasn't been for a long time.
But you gotta set it up. You gotta set it up right. You gotta tee it up like real
did in the loop for a long time.
Yeah, but if Mark Stoops goes to Iowa, my secondary fan base will be in Iowa. I will root for Iowa in every game. I will buy Iowa merchandise. I will buy Iowa t-shirt. I might buy an Iowa hat. I will actively root for wherever Mark Stoops goes.
Listen, if
he goes to Ohio State, I'm an Ohio State fan. If he goes to Michigan, I'm a Michigan fan.
It's not that far-fetched that he'd end up at Iowa. He is, an Iowa product, like in a way. So
it's true. That was one of the ones we talked about at first. Like before you even brought it up, Erica, Mark Stoops was like the first name that came to mind because he obviously played there and has those Iowa ties. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, that was my thing. I don't know if Tim had anything for you.
No, I'm good.
No, I like Tim's studio. Tim's out here with the brand new studio. Like just randomly one day I see him call in. And he's got this beautiful banner and this cool neon sign behind him.
It looks good.
Yeah, I like that too. That's pretty cool.
And with the night USC had the team that has one of the best, most exciting offenses to watch in the country. I mean,
it's true.
It is.
Yeah, the background looking pretty good, man.
I gotta stop being lazy because I gotta put this. I gotta need a shelf.
Hey, you got a helmet.
There you go.
There.
But I gotta find time to put on the shelf up there.
Is that a real size helmet or one of those miniature ones? It's kind of hard to tell with the depth perception.
Oh, that looks like the actual size one.
He's got both.
Yeah, that's a real helmet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because normally you can't at first I thought the mini helmets were real helmets. So like the first time I watched the show. Because from the depth you can't really fully tell unless you know, and then he picks it up and it's a mini one. So it's good to see the scale.
When he held it next to his head, I mean, you could tell just by looking at it, it was a real one.
I hope my head's not that small. Yeah.
Right.
All right, guys. Well, listen, Daryl, I know you joined late because you're watching the basketball. We love you, but do you have any final thoughts? Because I am going to wrap soon. We have USC Trojans live coming up in a half an hour.
This has been, I've been casually watching this show along with all the basketball. I'll rewatch all of it. John, you do a great job here. The only thing I don't like is how you change your name from One Scoop. That's the only thing I don't like. You should be One Scoop.
Holy, wait, it wouldn't stop. We just agreed on something, Daryl. I think this is a moment. Let's all take a moment. I miss One Scoop as well.
Well, he's still the artist formerly known as One Scoop. It's okay.
Yeah, but it's like Prince being introduced as the artist formerly known as Prince. It's just not the same.
Yeah, but do you really want a host and co-host of multiple shows to be One Scoop John?
Yeah,
I mean, gotta have a little, gotta keep it classy around here. You know what I'm saying?
It's not classy to have one scoop in your name.
I guess that's true.
That was a horribly put together sentence. I apologize for that, guy.
Yeah, it was creative.
Hey, we're all tired. I know I am. Our girl, it's nice to have a show with Collins, and you're welcome to call in as well. Obviously, we appreciate Alex, you calling in and giving your Ohio State Buckeye take. This was your first time calling, right?
Absolutely first time. Yeah. Didn't know the rules.
Nice. Very
All
nice.
good. Brought you back in. You're a fun guy. Yeah. So normally, this is kind of a little bit of a different, but just, normally there's like a one call, but I kind of was just like, whatever.
I'm definitely going to call in tomorrow night at 5:30. 5:30 is the Iowa call in tomorrow.
5:30 Eastern.
So that one is
Eastern.
I don't think they take calls on that one, but I do know that they take calls on the if he's doing the SEC live tomorrow, then that he takes calls on that one. That's at noon. And then there will be call-in shows throughout the week. So Mark does multiple call-in shows throughout the week. And then there's going to be call-in shows also at various points. I know there's the Pac-12 call-in shows, some of the other call-in shows around the Voice of College Football.
My interests
Network.
are Iowa and Ohio State and Michigan. Those are I think these are the three most exciting teams this year so far. But anyways,
Hey, if you want to join us tomorrow, you're welcome to.
I'm gonna be there.
Say hi. Yeah, I'll try to pop in there too. I always love to say hi to Corey. So yeah, guys. So final thought. I'm gonna give everyone a final thought, just like we do on College Football After Dark. So Daryl, you gave yours already. Do you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I think we should congratulate Penn State for winning the men's wrestling championship this year. Congrats to Penn State for winning a national championship.
Hey, Michigan also. Michigan won a national championship. At least one player in wrestling. So
well, Penn State won the team title, and Wisconsin won in women's hockey. They beat Ohio State. I'm sure. One scoop, John. It doesn't hurt you that Ohio State lost the game. So
not at all. Sorry, Alex.
I thought Minnesota had a good hockey game or hockey team. I mean, am I
right?
I
think that was for the men.
Oh, okay.
All right, Daryl. I'm gonna let you go now, and I'm just gonna let everyone go after they give their final thought. But we appreciate you always.
Yeah, no problem. Good talking to all of y'all.
All right, man.
Thanks, Daryl.
See you, Daryl.
All right, Alex. Final thought for you.
I don't know if anyone has any final thoughts on the Buckeyes or the Wolverines or the Hawkeyes. That's all my final thought. No final thoughts from you guys, huh? Okay.
There are many. There are many.
I have a ton to say.
I know when the Iowa is, and I know the Ohio State's 11 on Wednesday. When's the Michigan one?
Michigan is Wednesdays at 5 p.m.
I'll be there.
Hell yeah. Come on by. So that one, we that one's like the opposite of this one. So that one's like really a tight, try to keep it like 45, 50 minutes, jam-packed with content, and you get your content fix. And then, for people who don't have a ton of time to hang around, they get their content fix in there. They get to chop it up and chat a bit, and then we go on to Florida State Live, which follows that show. So there's all kinds of must-see TV going on. Voice of College Football.
Erica, did you go to Iowa? But you live in Illinois. Did you go to Iowa for school?
Yes. So I was born and raised here in the Chicago area. Then I went to school here at Northern Illinois for my bachelor's, and I did a master's in Iowa after I lived in France.
Ah, nice. Yeah, I'm from New York City. I went to Ohio State.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, cool. Yeah, cool. All right, I appreciate it, guys.
Alex.
Thanks a lot.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, Erica, I'm gonna go you next. Any final thoughts? And I know people can find you on Twitter,
yes.
Erica Goldberg. So
yep, it's Eriquita0115.
Eriquita, that's right.
If you want to hear Iowa thoughts, political thoughts, cute dog photos,
yeah, you got me.
Feel
a
free
cute
to
dog
add
photos.
me. Even if you disagree with me politically or whatever, I'm open to that. Let's debate. But no, a thought related to football. I have a lot of hope that Iowa will do better next year offensively, and that we'll maintain our defense and special teams. And I look forward to seeing that.
Here's to hope. I want Iowa to do well. I really do. I think it's good for the sport.
Yeah, and I think that it's just we need to be better, more well-rounded, and I think if we get there, we have a good future and a bright future ahead of us. So, and I'm also looking forward to the expansion too.
I think we just take Mark Rogers' advice and because I think he said this first and then I copied it. Just let Cade run the Michigan playbook. Brian can just sit back on just go to Tahiti or something, and it'll be fine.
I wish I had those decision-making powers, but unfortunately. Anyway, guys, let's have
All right, Erica.
those royalties, and that's that.
There you go.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye, Erica.
We appreciate you.
Have a good evening.
Bye now. All right, Jason, Michigan man and friend of the show. We appreciate you hanging out.
Just want to say it was nice chatting with everybody tonight. I do have a couple of shout outs. I want to give a shout out to the Michigan men's hockey team for winning back-to-back Big Ten championships. Hell yes.
Go Blue.
And I also want to give a shout out to the women's gymnastics team for winning their 26th Big Ten title in 30 years. So that's pretty dominant. So,
absolutely.
Hell yes, go Blue.
Yep. And we'll get back in basketball
someday. I
someday.
appreciate it.
Someday we'll get back in basketball. We'll get back.
I know, right? That's the only thing we're lacking in is basketball right now.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, can we just for 1 year be good in football and basketball? Because either the basketball program's good and the football program's not so great and losing to Ohio State, or it's the opposite. And now it's the basketball program. So, like, 1 year. 1 year.
Just look at the bright side, John. Just look at the bright side. At least we're not Purdue, right? They were a 1 seed. They lost to a 16 seed, so they embarrassed the big. At least we got that.
Oh, Michael. I hope Michael's not listening.
Yeah, I hope he's not here to hear that. But all right, guys, I had a good time. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
All right, Jason, go Blue.
See you, Jason.
All right, Tim.
I'm waiting. So I just came on honestly to start the Erica Goldberg campaign for to co-host the Iowa show. I think she's amazing and she should be on the show. So I'm starting the campaign right now.
Absolutely, and vice versa, because I told Mark, I'd love to do a week, where Corey and I do something, or maybe he calls into this show, or we do something, because he's such a wealth of knowledge of Iowa as well, and the two of them, Erica's great too, but I saved you for last because obviously you're very close to USC. And I think it's a perfect segue to the show that's about to happen.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm no Matt Zemek, but if you guys want to hear USC, you hang around, listen to Matt. He's like the Mark Rogers of USC. Well, actually, he's encyclopedic, just like Mark on all sports. So he doesn't stick to USC. I mean, he can talk to you about, you can probably talk about the Big Ten a hell of a lot. So if you have time, you should definitely check him out. Great show, great entertainment. You'll have Mark and Matt. I'm gonna be there. So
absolutely. And then we got Trojan Conquest live every Sunday.
Yeah, please join us.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be great. It's 8:00 Eastern, 5:00 Pacific. Join us. We're gonna be covering offensive line, and then after next week, we're gonna start picking a team each week from the Big Ten to talk about USC's history with that team. So if you are a fan of a particular team, you'd like to hear about your team and a deep dive into the history with USC, please feel free to be there. I think we might take a little informal poll in the chat. So whoever gets the most votes is going to win. So look forward to seeing anybody who wants to come by.
Absolutely, Tim. Well, I'm gonna bid you adieu, and I'll see you in 23 minutes over in chat.
Thanks, John. Thanks for having me.
Bye, Tim. All right, and we have one more super chat here that I want to honor. Great show, John. Go Blue from Jason Moose, who again has been a great contributor, and we appreciate you joining the panel. We love when people come onto the panel and call in, especially if they're first time callers. You don't call in very often. Please call in because it always helps the show and you hear new perspectives, especially if you're a fan of a team that, you know, sometimes the media doesn't give as much love to, or, you know, just isn't as much normally talked about. Like basically every chat that I've ever been in Voice of College Football, there's Michigan, Ohio State banner. But I love when I hear from Iowa fans, Nebraska fans, Kentucky fans, Arkansas, you know, just like everybody. So yeah, please, every like 8 p.m. We'll do another one like this, and you know, I'll bring a topic as well, and we'll do a topic, and then we'll do you know, a party like we just did. Couple of last minute housekeeping notes, and then I'm going to let everybody you know, get ready for USC and the USC show. Don't forget that we have Michigan Wolverines live 5 p.m. Wednesday. Of course, you know, since I'm hosting, I'm going to give Michigan a plug because I host that show as well with Mark Rogers and Dre. So stay tuned, because on the show there's going to be, you hear all the time about crystal balls, but we're going to be giving crystal balls of our own. Michigan Voice of College Football crystal ball predictions for quarterback and other positions live at 5 on Wednesday. Also, don't forget to shop Amazon. We all know that we all shop on Amazon from time to time. I just got a Kindle book this morning using Mark's link. I know probably not a lot, but like, look, anything helps. I got an air fryer on Amazon, and I used Mark's link. Like, you know, so I practice what I preach. We use the link. It takes 2 seconds to do so. Don't forget to sign up for Discord, Talk College, for Patreon, Talk College Football all the time. Get access to our Discord that's 24/7. We do watch parties. I'm gonna try to do more even in the next couple months. Talk College Football all the time. All kinds of good stuff in there. And you can even get a sneak preview of Patreon. You can get a sneak preview Saturday, April 1st at 3 p.m. when we're going to have the Michigan Spring Game Watch Party on Patreon. And it's free. So you can get a kind of a taste of what Patreon is like. Don't forget to follow Mark on Twitter. Follow Mark on Instagram. I'm just going down through here. Why not? Don't forget to sponsor the Voice of College Football. If you're a business and you want to promote your product or service, email MarkRogersTV@gmail.com, and we'll get you hooked up to many enthusiastic college football fans. And finally, we have our merch store. So don't forget the merch store. And it's here. I have it somewhere. I have a lot of tabs open now. But I do want to show you what this thing looks like real quick. Okay, so if I've already gotten my Mark Rogers merch, and you can sort by best selling. You've got, apparently the hoodie is really good. Mike G praises the hoodie. The t-shirt, I can vouch for the t-shirt being really, really great. You've got the coffee mug, which holds a variety of refreshing beverages, and so on. So just check these out. You got stickers, you got slip-on canvas shoes, you got swim trunks. You got Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football swimming trunks. How about that, folks? And then you can also get multiple things and then get yourself a discount. Let's see if there's any final comments. Let's see. Caden already make Iowa better on offense. Yeah. And I actually said the same exact thing. I see a 10-win season on their schedule. Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for coming by. And I just had a feeling you were going to come by and say hi at some point. And yes, as Erica said, please join the panel. And I don't even care if you're an SEC fan. I don't care if you're a Big 12 fan. I don't care, just because it's the Big 10 live show. I want to hear perspectives across the board. Because first of all, Darrell calls in. He's an SEC fan, and he talks Big 10. And, so like we have, Tide Guy called in. He's an SEC fan. He talks Big 10. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And, if you want to talk about other things, as long as it's college football related, we'll, if it's good conversation, we'll keep it going. So that is it. that is it. I want to remind everybody to hop over in 18 minutes to USC Trojans Live with Mark and Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire. And I'm going to tell you why. In my opinion, this is one of the highest quality shows out there. It goes really in depth into USC every week. And I think that they do a fantastic job. And Matt knows a ton about, as Tim said, encyclopedic knowledge. So go over to the USC channel. I'm going to put it right here in the chat. And there it is. USC Trojans Live in 17 minutes. And finally, the last thing, your host for the 8 p.m. block was me, John D'Adamo. Okay, there's my Twitter, John D'Adamo. Follow me. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live at 5. And at some point, we'll bring back College Football After Dark with our Patreon panel. And I help moderate that as well. So definitely check me out. As Erica said, the artist formerly known as One Scoop. And that's it. Thanks everybody for hanging the whole time and for being part of this. Whether you sent a super chat, whether you liked a video, whether you shared it with a friend, whatever you did, thank you. Thank you for being here. Until next time, go Blue.